Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. And may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all now and forevermore. Amen.
The Senate is in session.
Messages from Her Excellency the President.
I'm a receipt of a message from Her Excellency the President to the Honorable the Senate, which reads as follows. Her Excellency the President wishes to inform the Honorable the Senate that she will be absent from the country during the period 21st December 2023 to 3rd January 2024 on vacation leave. Her Excellency further wishes to inform the Honorable the Senate that, in accordance with the provisions of Section 33 of the Constitution, the Very Reverend Dr. Jeffrey Douglas Gibson will perform the functions of the Office of President for the period of Her Excellency's absence, signed by the President of State House, 19th December 2023.
Announcements by Your Honor.
Announcements, first of all, in receipt of minutes of our meeting held on November 29th, 2023 for confirmation. Senator Collins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the minutes of our meeting held on Wednesday, November 29, 2023 be confirmed.
The question is that the minutes of our meeting held on Wednesday, November 29, 2023 be confirmed. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Meetings, yes, have it. Those minutes are accordingly confirmed. Further announcements have apologies for absence from Senator Dr. Chelson Braffett and Senator Monique Tate, and indications of late arrival from Senator Mr. Maynard, Senator Ann Bailey Boyce, and Her Honor Senator Henrietta Elizabeth Thompson.
Presentation of petitions. Presentation of papers.
Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I am commanded to lay the following document, the loan contract number 5827/OCBA, Program to Strengthen Social Services in Barbados, signed between the Government of Barbados and the Inter-American Development Bank.
Reports from select committees. Questions to ministers. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the Senate on matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers or parliamentary secretaries. Personal explanations. Motions relating to the business or sitting of the Senate moved by minister. Introduction of bills. Public business.
Public business is now the order of the day.
Order number 2, sir. In the name of Senator the Honorable S. Monroe Knight, Minister of State in the Prime Minister's Office, to move the passing of a resolution that Parliament approve in accordance with the Guarantee of Loans Companies Act, Chapter 96, the guarantee by the Minister of Finance of the payment of the principal sum of US $25 million and interest thereon to be borrowed by Kensington Oval Management Incorporated from African Export-Import Bank on the terms and conditions set out in the schedule to this resolution for the purpose of financing the rehabilitation and maintenance of sport infrastructures ahead of the 2024 Cricket World Cup.
Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as you can see, I'm in my Christmas colors. So I don't want to steal the thunder of the leader of government business, but let me take this opportunity to wish you, Mr. President, and all of the other senators on this side and on the other side, and as well as all the other officials who are in the chamber this morning, season's greetings. Mr. President, there are some things that go together in Barbadian society. And when you talk about Barbados, there are some things that are just synonymous. It's like cuckoo and flying fish. I know you can do cuckoo with a little red herring, but the dish is cuckoo and flying fish. That's the Bajan way how to do that particular dish. It's like, Mr. President, conkeys and November. Those go together, part of the Bajan tradition. I would even dare say, and I'm sure to the charging of some, conkeys with raisins in November as well. Well, I'm glad that this chamber is agreed. I'm glad that this chamber is agreed. And certainly, Mr. President, as we are in the Christmas season, certainly when you talk about Bajan Christmas, you're talking about the smells of freshly baked ham, sweet bread, Senator King, and pudding. Right? That's Bajan. That's the Bajan thing. Those things go together. And similarly, Mr. President, when you talk about Kensington Oval, it is synonymous with cricket. You talk and you hear Kensington Oval, you know that that name means cricket. And not just any kind of cricket, but good cricket, swashbuckling cricket in some instances, great moments of cricket. We call Kensington Oval our Mecca because for us, that long history rivals that of other famous grounds like the Lords. For us, it is our Mecca. Mr. President, it is our oldest cricketing ground, having been established in 1882, when the Pickwick Cricket Club bought 4 acres, leased rather, 4 acres of pasture land from Kensington Plantation and established the cricket ground with a clubhouse. Long history of Kensington. Kensington Oval, Mr. President, hosted the first England touring side in 1895, the first combined West Indies side, and it was the scene of the West Indies' first test match in 1930 against England, which ended in a draw. And Mr. President, whether or not you liked cricket, understood it, because everybody didn't understand it, everybody didn't like cricket per se, there was a sense that if you were a Barbadian or a West Indian, around that time when cricket was king, around that time when our cricketing legends were rampant on the world stage, that you understood that there was a link between cricket and nationhood. That the game was not just about the white ball. That the game was not just about, at that particular time, men beating a ball around a boundary. But that for most of us, in those early days, those men beating that ball was also like a proverbial lash against our prior colonial masters. That link between cricket, the panache, the confidence, when we saw our batsmen and bowlers on that field at Kensington, Mr. President. Whether you liked cricket or not, it made your back stand up a little bit straighter because it imbued you with a sense of pride that we could say to the world that we are more than sugar, more than the sweat, but that we could stand equal on the international stage with men who could, Mr. President, blade the other side and give them a proverbial lash, Mr. President, in the back end. And we appreciated that. And those are the moments that we have when we think about Kensington, when we think about the history of Kensington. Those are the moments that we're talking about, those iconic moments. Mr. President, I remember in 1999, I had to go back and look for the date, so I'm not going to pretend that I got all the stats. And I'm sure that there are others here. I'm looking on at the end, to a fellow senator at the end who I know will correct me if I make any mistake. I will fill in all the blanks and all of the others. March 30th, 1999, was it? Senator Nichols, Brian Lara, here at Kensington Oval. It was an iconic match. We were facing Australia, Mr. President, if I remember correctly. It was a 3-match test series. We had lost the first match in Trinidad and Tobago, drawn the second one in Jamaica. So the one here in Kensington, we won Jamaica? Good. So we win Jamaica. Oh, so everything lock up. Everything lock up. So we coming here now for Kensington for the battle, Mr. President. For the battle against Australia, who was at that time triumphant in the cricketing world. And Mr. President, we were facing, in that epic innings played by Brian Lara, 310 for victory, and a 5th day with a deteriorating pitch. Brian Lara scored 153 not out. 153 not out. In the same match in which Courtney Walsh bowled, I think it was 5 for 39, over 17, is it 17.1 overs? And in that same match as well, Sherwin Campbell scored 105, Mr. President. I was not down at Kensington, but I remember watching it on TV, Mr. President. It was jubilation, it was pandemonium, it was excitement, it was cricket at its best at Kensington Oval. It was, again, one of those iconic moments, because there was something about the pitch, Mr. President, at Kensington that delivered these iconic moments for cricket, that made people from all over the world come to Barbados for cricket, at Kensington in particular, because they want to be in the place, Mr. President, where these moments happen. And if I begin to talk about the moments of our famous opening batsman pair, Mr. President, well, we can be here forever. The moments that we had from Marshall, Mr. President. So the point, Kensington and cricket. Kensington and good cricket. And the iconic nature of Kensington Oval, and what it means, yes, for us as Barbadians, but also as well to the world, Mr. President. Mr. President, of course, if I don't speak to the recent exploits of Shea Hope, then I will expose myself as a cricket fan of the vintage era and not necessarily of the present. And perhaps I don't know if I should apologize for that. I'm a faint of heart cricket fan, Mr. President. I'm not a fair weather, I'm with you, but God protect my heart. So I try to make sure that I don't get overly invested now in the game. But we continue to see those iconic moments at Kensington Oval. Mr. President, it was not only the cricket, but it was the atmosphere. And when I was preparing for this debate, I remembered King Dial. I remember King Dial creating that atmosphere at Kensington. The flair, Gary Sorbers and the color turn up. all of those were moments that we remember at Kensington. The association of Kensington with cricketing greatness, Mr. President, continued in 2014 when 6 of our own cricket legends were inducted into the ICC Hall of Fame right at Kensington Oval. And of course, we have our own Cricket Legends Museum. But Mr. President, as very often happens, the things that we revere, the things that are important and sometimes give us the greatest joy, we sometimes don't often take sufficient care of. Sometimes we take them for granted and forget that they need a level of investment in order to make sure that they maintain the glory that we are accustomed to. And therefore, Mr. President, we have a Kensington Oval that unfortunately has fallen into some level of disrepair. Mr. President, I would go so far as to say, held together by a stitch and a prayer and some paint. A stitch and a prayer and some paint, Mr. President. And it is in this context that this government, through this resolution, which is seeking to provide an investment to guarantee a major investment in Kensington in the sum of US $25 million for the refurbishment and upgrade of the facilities. It is an investment not only in the infrastructure, but an investment that will ensure that Kensington Oval can become self-sufficient and revenue generating, Mr. President. So that while we will see on the face of it, yes, that this is a loan that is about preparing us for the World Cup, the investment will have further downstream benefits. One, for Kensington itself, but also as well, Mr. President, for the economy as well. Mr. President, I want to remind that the last major investment in Kensington Oval, quite coincidentally, took place in preparation for the country to host the international, and Mr. President, I'm going to read it out, Cricket Council's Cricket World Cup in 2007. The decision was taken in 2003 to completely redevelop the Kensington Oval to bring it up to international cricket standards. And the Oval was then formally reopened on the 17th of February 2007. We hosted 7 matches, including the final on the 28th of April 2007. And of course, Mr. President, those of us who are cricket aficionados would know that we also went on in 2010 to host the World Cup T20 matches here. So major investment, 2007, Mr. President, for a facility, as I said, that is historic, it is iconic, an important part of our national development story. And therefore, the government seeking to make this investment, and yes, Mr. President, there are those that would be concerned about the fact that we are borrowing to do so. But I want to indicate that the terms of the loan will be for a period of 7 years at an interest rate of 7% with a 2-year moratorium, Mr. President. And that it will add 0.33% of GDP to our debt profile. 0.33%. For a loan for 7 years, interest rate 7% with a 2-year moratorium. Mr. President, normally we would have about 18 months or 2 years to prepare for a World Cup. Unfortunately, given the circumstances, and not circumstances on our side, I would say that the ICC has been a little bit unfair to us because now we are challenged to prepare for this World Cup in a period of just about 5 months, Mr. President. So it means that we need to be able to galvanize the resources in order to do what is necessary to ensure that Kensington is a fit-for-purpose ground in preparation for the upcoming T20 matches, which are going to be held, Mr. President, over that period of June 4th till about the 31st, Mr. President, to the 30th, Mr. President, in Barbados. And I want to make the point again, Mr. President, that the investment, this $25 million the government is guaranteeing to be loaned 25 US, that the government is guaranteeing to be loaned to Kensington Oval Management Incorporated, COMI, by the African Import-Export Bank, Mr. President, is an investment that we are sure will be able to reap the necessary returns. And an investment that goes beyond just infrastructure. Is an investment in cricket development, Mr. President. Mr. President, I had the opportunity to do a couple of site visits at COMI. Quite recently, I did one this year. And Mr. President, you know, I got to do a Beijing, let me tell you. I don't know, I've never used the bathrooms at Kensington Oval, but during the site visits, I had cause to be able to do so. And Mr. President, there should be a sign that says, use only in emergencies. Because the sight, the smell, the look, Mr. President, harkens back to a time that should be past, Mr. President. I was able to go into the players' pavilions. And Mr. President, now players need those fancy ice baths, and they need places for recuperation, all of those. And we have players' facilities that, Mr. President, are not up to par. We have one little small ice bath that one person can go in at a time, Mr. President. We have spaces, Mr. President, not necessarily set up for comfortable eating. We have places, Mr. President, without proper Wi-Fi. We have places where officials are in, where a number of officials are in, that have only one bathroom, Mr. President, and not designated as the Barbados way for male and female. So that in the context of our seeking to host the upcoming World Cup matches, and also as well the venue assessment that was done by the ICC, it noted that we need to be able to ensure that Kensington Oval was made fit for purpose. And in particular, the ICC assessment identified a number of things we needed to address, Mr. President. One, the light towers. It said, Mr. President, we need to increase what they refer to as the lux levels of the lighting. That is to make sure that they were made brighter. The players' pavilion needed to be upgraded. We needed to install temporary stands. We needed to upgrade the southeast hospitality structure, upgrade the bathrooms, as I alluded to, make sure that we had backup power, do a number of repairs and painting, make sure that we had additional replay screens, install proper Wi-Fi, refurbishment of the practice nets, furniture, fixtures and equipment, and other things, Mr. President. And so, as we seek to be able to respond to that assessment, which says, listen, we need to be able to have a fit-for-purpose facility in the space of time that we've been given, Mr. President. The government is seeking to guarantee, like I said, through this loan to COMI, to make sure that Barbados can benefit, one, because we understand that having these matches come to Barbados in June here to bring tourists, to bring visitors, will have multiple benefits for the country. Mr. President, we understand as well that doing so spurs, again, businesses, small businesses, to be able to also benefit, taxi operators, Mr. President, to be able to also benefit from that increased activity for those matches over the period. And Mr. President, we are still waiting the very final word from the ICC, particularly in terms of some of the fixtures that we have been awarded. But we know that we will have a number of matches, including 2 the Super 8 matches, group stage matches as well. And I also want to note that the law not only covers those things I have identified that the ICC venue assessment indicated, but also as well that the Barbados Cricket Association has identified that we need to bring up several practice matters, several practice facilities, including the Windward Cricket Club, University of the West Indies 3Ws Oval, and the Police Sports Club, up to standard for World Cup. And all of these will be repaired and equipped, Mr. President, with, like I said, regrading, bring them up to standard, and also as well with new equipment. Additionally, because it's important as well, like I said, that we are looking long-term, that it's not just about an investment just singularly in infrastructure, but that the package of upgrades also include a complete state-of-the-art indoor facility, Mr. President, and the installation of drop-in pitches and field protective covering. And Mr. President, as you can imagine, the provision of indoor facilities then again also opens up a new market for Kensington Oval and its revenue generating ability as well. So again, looking just beyond the World Cup, but making sure that we then have a Kensington that will be able to continue, one, to pay for itself, but also as well, Mr. President, invest in its ongoing maintenance, which is critical. But at the same time, Mr. President, I don't want to give the impression that government has only been making an investment or will only make this big, substantial investment in COMI just around the World Cup. But if we take a look at the estimates for COMI for 2023-2024, you would have seen that they would have been funds that would have been assigned for COMI to begin to already do some refurbishments. So that even before we understood, again, that Barbados would be awarded any of the World Cup matches, or before that we have thought necessarily about the World Cup, we'd already seen COMI and the government investing in a number of upgrades. And these included the stand refurbishments to the Greenwich and Haynes, Hewitt and Innes and Hall and Griffin stands, repairs to the Garfield Sobers Pavilion, LED big screen replacement, the linear scoreboard replacement, fire detection upgrades, sound system equipment, power cable replacement, and as well, security cameras. The government as well had also previously invested in COMI support for the installation of an 800+ kilowatt photovoltaic system that will be on all of the roofs in each stand. Again, Mr. President, an investment in making sure that COMI is self-sustaining. So even as we guarantee this loan and make this investment, we are assured then that we are not just putting funds as a drop in a bucket, but again, creating a framework, one, to make sure that the loan can be repaid, but also as well that COMI can continue over the long term to be self-sustaining. But there are other revenue-generating activities that COMI is currently working on, Mr. President. This year, COMI initiated a Marble Cricket Tour, where they sought to develop a package, Mr. President, for locals and visitors alike to re-engage this once traditional sport. They're also currently working with the University of the West Indies and the cricket legends to build out a full tour, and there are plans on an ongoing basis to continue to engage tourism officials to ensure that we can have these stores as part of the tourism fair, again, for visitors and also for locals, Mr. President. Comey has also been working on a grant with the Caribbean Development Bank to examine the feasibility of leveraging its brand to sell cricket-based goods and services globally that are produced locally by micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. And of course, Mr. President, the establishment of naming rights of Kensington Oval is an initiative that we are hoping will provide millions of dollars annually in revenue for Kensington. Again, Mr. President, making sure that it will be self-sustaining. It is planned, Mr. President, that as soon as we are able to complete the physical infrastructure build-out and the handover of Kensington to the ICC, hopefully, Mr. President, sometime in April, that we will then move our attention to putting out the international bids in order to get the naming rights frame started, Mr. President, and immediately then begin before, Mr. President, hopefully, the financial period of 2024 to 2025 to begin to see some revenue payoff, Mr. President, from those naming rights. Mr. President, I also want to say that part of what we will be doing in the context of the upcoming T20 matches, Mr. President, is that our bid has been formulated around the notion of producing a green tournament, and as well, one that will leverage the technological advancements that we have in Barbados through using cashless systems, Mr. President, making sure that our transport systems, again, using our electric vehicles, again, because Comey, with the installation of the photovoltaic systems that will be installed hopefully by February, will then make sure that we can have a unique kind of tournament, offer a unique experience in terms of having a green tournament. But not only that, we're also leveraging our cultural assets as well. And the National Cultural Foundation will be working with Comey, will be working with the committee that will be planning and have already started to plan how we will engage and make sure that as a country we are ready for the World Cup. A number of cultural events, again, producing a whole of Barbados event that will have multifold benefits, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I close, Mr. President, as I close, I want to emphasize the importance of this investment in Comey, in this investment in cricket development, in this investment, Mr. President, to assure that this iconic ground, that this nexus that we have between cricket and national development continues to be a close one, continues to be one that we can be proud of. And certainly, I am sure if Kensington Oval itself could speak, that it would say, thank you, and it's about time. Those few words, Mr. President, I am obliged.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Monroe Knight. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support this resolution. And I'm not going to rehash or repeat a lot of what has already been said. I think those listening understand the importance of cricket to Barbados and to the region as a whole. But what I do want to do is speak a little bit about how we got here. Because Kensington Oval, if you listen to our commentators and you listen to people from around the world, they always refer to it as the Mecca of cricket in the Caribbean. And I have seen over many years, just as an observer, a lot of missed opportunities for us to use Kensington Oval in a manner that would bring in a lot more revenue than it does. I'll give you a very classic example. I remember going to Kensington Oval to watch a cricket match which had a lot of ex-cricketers involved in it. And the place was completely sold out. And I thought to myself, well, why isn't this part and parcel now of what Comey does on a regular basis? Becoming not just a venue, but becoming promoters also of what their primary business is, that is cricket. And when I was minister responsible for sport, I felt then we had a touring team from Bangladesh. It was the army. And they were here, and I had the opportunity to meet with them, and they were playing against the BDF here. And I thought to myself at that time, well, here again presents another opportunity. What if we were able to begin the process of inviting armies, cricket teams from all of the cricketing nations, especially if you're talking about places like Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, the numbers of cricketing fans that you have there to do these types of tournaments. If you have policemen, the lawyers, I mean, it can go on, and you can do it regionally, and you can do it internationally, and bring people to these shores. And again, with all of the television rights and all the other things that are happening in the world today, I still feel that what we're doing here today gives us the opportunity now to correct some of the mistakes that we may have made in the past, not understanding from a historical standpoint the value of Kensington Oval. I had the opportunity to be at Run Barbados many years ago, also when I was a minister, and to have a gentleman from India come up to me. Someone told him that I was the minister, and he came up to me. There were two things he wanted to do. One was to meet Sir Gary, and the second one was to just go to Kensington Oval to touch the grass. That is all he wanted to do. And I thought to myself, we take these things for granted. We take even the persons for granted. But here it is, this gentleman had come to Barbados from India. I think he was here for a conference, but this was all he wanted to do. And at that particular point in time, there was no way that we could have facilitated the request at that particular point in time. But it struck me that here we are sitting down on what I would consider to be a gold mine, but not using the collective wisdom that resides on this 166 square miles to make use of it. And I say this because I've seen in the past where when West Indies cricket was at its height, missed opportunities. And if there's one thing that I always try to make an analogy of, cricket, apart from being sport, is also entertainment. And in the entertainment world, Mr. President, we know that if you have a hit song at any particular point in time, that is when you make your money. That is when the cost of bringing you from Barbados, be it to France, be it to Spain, be it to Japan, is a complete different ball game to if you're just wallowing somewhere down there. Now, at the height of West Indies cricket, that is when you strike, as the old people would say, you strike when the iron is hot. So that when we make this particular investment, in getting the facilities up to par. We've got another investment that we have to make, and that is in getting the cricket up to par. Because if you got a fantastic venue, but you don't have a winning cricket team, it's like what the old people say, spin it up in mud. You just be going around in circles. So one can't go without the other. And if this is the first steps in being able to give people the quality facilities that we can host games and other things like that, we also have to begin to think, what is the investment going to be in women's cricket? What is the investment going to be in ensuring that if I had my own way, it would happen? That cricket became mandatory in schools, that everybody must play cricket. They're not all going to be cricketers. But I grew up in a village where, from my grandmother, my aunts, my uncles, everybody knew everything about cricket. I can tell you all the field placements when I didn't know them. They know all the names. They know everything about the game. And they made up the audience that was willing to pay to see the game because they were invested in it. And these are the things that we have to see this particular investment as being a first step in us being able to bring not only West Indian, but Barbadian cricket to where it should be. You know, Mr. President, sometimes I get a little angry when I remember the heyday of cricket in Barbados, for me, as people in my age group, the 80s, when touring teams come into this country had no chance of beating Barbados at all. Not one. And the West Indies cricket team, at its peak, was filled to capacity with Barbadians. In fact, Mr. President, I dare say that we had fellas who could not even get into the team, whom at that particular point in time, if they had the ability to play for other territories, as some of our cricketers do today, they would have taken it, or at least I would have encouraged them to take it and make use for themselves. And so, I know, and I expect, that you're going to hear a number of people talking about the $25 million. It's a lot of money, US dollars is a lot of money and all this kind of thing. But I want to remind people that in today's world, I can sit down at home and listen to salaries that basketball players are getting, $25 million a year. US. Oh yes, yeah, no, Senator. 25 a year. If you work it out over the time, the millions, the 100 millions and stuff that I get, you can get it down to 25 million a year. I'm telling you. And so therefore, when you hear the naysayers, because they will come out of the woodworks as they always do. They will come talking about what do you do with all this money for Kensington and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. The returns, you might not be able to see it now in front of you, because a lot of people, and I know from my own experience, going into business with some people and putting in investment today and by tomorrow, they want $10 million. And you ask yourself, what planet these people living on? It don't work like that. But you have to make the investments in order to reap the benefits from those investments over a period of time. And so, Mr. President, I think it is important that all of the senators in here today have a chance to speak or take the opportunity to speak on this particular matter. Because as I said earlier, a lot of people in the public space who love to hear themselves on the radio will take the opportunity to constantly go after things that government does like this and try to tear it to pieces and to make people believe that it's a waste of time, and the talk goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And it tells me a lot about the period in time that we find ourselves in this country, where even things that are done with the best of intentions, or things that are even done for the benefit of generations to come, still seem for people who are stuck in their ways to be an extremely difficult thing to handle. And cricket, for me, Mr. President, more so than any other thing that you can think of, Barbados has excelled in that area beyond anyone's wildest dreams for a small population, 166 square miles. Oftentimes you will hear people saying, we have produced the greatest cricketer in the world. And I say yes to that. But I also remind them, or at least I try to correct them, we have created the greatest cricketers in the world. There's a long list of them. And out of what, Mr. President? Out of villages, from the grassroots of this country. Cricket was I should say, not was, still is, in a sense, in the veins of our people. And it is important that investments like these are made and that we try, as I said earlier, to get this game back to a level where persons not only want to come here to see matches when matches are put on by ICC or whoever else, but if Barbados has things going on, that you will have people from all over the world wanting to be involved in it. And when I look, you know, I smile when I see a lot of my friends, as soon as the IPL starts, they're on the televisions, morning, noon, and night. And if they can't see it on television, they get to social media to see the clips and whatever things. And if there's one thing that we can learn from, is take a good leaf out of India's book and to see how they've been able to capitalize on the success of their programs to getting their cricketers to the levels that they are at, that you have people now from all over the world vying to get into the IPL to play actual cricket, but also inspiring, even within a place that you would probably years ago would never think that cricket would rear its head in the USA. So the opportunities, Mr. President, are there. And I am a firm believer that in life, if you want to measure yourself by anything, you don't measure yourself by people who are behind you. You measure yourself by those who are ahead of you. And you try to learn from them as to how they got to where they are at. And when you learn how to get to where you're at, you see how you can sustain it or surpass them. I've lived my life like that, and I don't think at this stage of it I would want to change. But I would encourage Kwame, when all of this is done, and I looked at the things that they were looking at. They were looking at tours. They were looking at entertainment in terms of putting other things. But again, cricket is their primary business. And I would want to encourage them to take up the mantle of, and you can find partners, there are always willing partners out there, where it's not just CPL, but you don't have to be all professional cricketers. As I said earlier, there are a lot of people who travel for leisure and who love these games and who would travel to play, or even in terms of coming to Kensington to practice when they can't in other things. There's so many opportunities that are available to them. And all it takes is for, like I said, collective thoughts, and we can do this. And so, Mr. President, again, I support this resolution 100%, and I'm hoping that we can see from this that the general public will be inspired, especially those parents who I see on a daily basis taking their little ones to cricket practice and other things. to get out there and really support and make sure that when you have the winning teams, and I have to stress this all the time, winning teams can earn money. People pay to see winners. You have negotiating power when you're a winner. And so therefore, with those few words, I'm obliged to say.
Thank you very much, Senator King. Senator Malalo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to be brief. Good morning, everyone, and happy Christmas to everyone as well. It is that season as we meet here in just a few days, celebrate Christmas. My comments really going to be limited in two areas, but before I go there, I just want to say what I heard in a very summary way, Mr. President, from the Senator Knight, Monroe Knight, who introduced this bill. I heard a great deal about the Mecca. I heard a great deal about the oldest cricket ground in Barbados. I heard about a long history of cricket. I heard a lot of things about iconic moments. In fact, I was there for some of those iconic moments as a schoolboy, walking down into the schoolboy stand and watching in those years. All of that I understand. But the bill before us, Mr. President, is a guarantee of a loan. It's not about cricket and the passion of cricket and so on. That's for another day. I support all of that. What, as a senator in here today, I'm being asked to do is to approve a guarantee of a loan. So let's perhaps take a look at what a guarantee is. And I think as individuals, as we were building our personal lives and perhaps building our businesses, we've all looked to someone to help us with a guarantee when we didn't really qualify for the particular loan, and we needed someone in the background to stand in our stead should we not be able to make it, or if we just didn't have the credibility at the time to get that loan. In fact, a guarantee loan is generally used by borrowers with poor credit, limited financial means, and it generally enables financially unattractive candidates to qualify for a loan. So I think we need to recognize that the only reason, frankly, that this would be a guarantee is because this is financially unattractive. Comey can't stand on its own based upon its history, and the government needs to stand in behind it to make a guarantee. Now, Mr. President, I don't object to that. I've heard, in fact, what sounds like the complete rebuilding of Kensington Oval. It's a bit surprising to me that we have not maintained it over the period from 2007 or 2008. I remember at the time, as a younger business person, hearing about the legacy that was going to come of it and all the various things. And that, listen, there have been successive governments involved in here, and there's no finger pointing at any particular government. It's just the reality of how governments run businesses, it seems. But I've heard bathrooms, player pavilion, officials area, light towers, temporary stands, hospitalities, big screen. At the end, is the whole place. We got to rebuild the whole place. Well, obviously, we're not rebuilding the whole place for $25 million US. But in any case, when I add the two things together, what I'm actually being asked to do here today, which is to guarantee a loan. Generally speaking, if you come to me with a guarantee, you want me to give you a guarantee, there's really only one question I'm going to ask you, Mr. President. Show me your business plan. That's what I will ask you. And if you present to me a business plan that I think is viable, that is perhaps not bankable, so you can't borrow money based upon the right thing, I'll give you a guarantee. But you come with a business plan. But that, Mr. President, is not what I've seen at all. Nowhere in the documentation can I find anywhere that says how this is going to be repaid. I've heard anecdotal comments about a facility that we will be able to pay, that will be able to pay for itself. I can find that nowhere, Mr. President, in any of the documents. But I'm willing even to accept that, Mr. President. I'm willing to even accept that. because I recognize that sometimes some things are priorities, and the government has to do things quickly. And that leads me to my final point, sir. What are the priorities, therefore? And it concerns me that we come here today with this priority in front of us. And I shall only mention one area where I would have thought, perhaps, as a priority, the government could have dealt with. Because we're coming here to deal with this with 5 months to go to get this ready for June. But, Mr. President, would the Chamber be surprised to hear that the air conditioning system at Grantley Adams International Airport has been operating at less than 60% capacity for almost the last 3 years, sir? 3 years. Mr. President, would it surprise the Chamber to find out that on the day of our independence, on our Republic Day, on our National Day, November 30th, I traveled on that day. And I am not speaking about anything that anyone told me. I traveled a significant amount, and on that day, I was traveling. And I was at the Grantley Adams International Airport, along with, I don't want to get my numbers wrong, but it was somewhere around 7,000 or 8,000 people traveled through that airport that day because it was a cruise ship transfer day. On that particular day, the air conditioning was working at less than 20% capacity, sir. 20%. It was one of the busiest days of the season. Tourists and locals alike, like myself, were sweating and fanning in the place. The last impression, our valuable tourists, this most important business to us, this business that during COVID we learned how important it was to us. It is our #1 employer. It is our #1 foreign exchange earner. But our priority cannot be to fix the air conditioning going into the biggest tourist season that we've ever seen. We are very lucky as a country as we face this Christmas period, this tourist season. I can tell you as a practitioner within the area, Mr. President, this is one of our busiest seasons that we have ever seen. We have increased hotel capacity through great investment. We have increased airlift. We have increased cruise ship transfers. But we have the worst air conditioning system at Grantley Adams Airport. That the last impression that our valuable tourists, where tourism is our business, that they're going to find is that they're going to have to sweat and fan themselves there. So I'm talking about priorities, sir. So this bill itself, sir, as I will close on this is a guarantee, and unfortunately for me as a business person, if you bring a guarantee to me, come to me with a business plan, and I will make a decision. If you don't have a business plan and it's a priority, let me make sure you got your priorities right. So unfortunately for me, sir, I can see no business plan, nor can I see how the priority has been chosen. And with those few words, sir, I think my position is clear. I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Malou. Senator Dr. Christina Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Season's greetings to all. I wasn't sure that I was going to speak because I believed that Senator Malou was going to say all of the things that I wanted to say. And he said quite a few of them, and I'm thankful to him for doing so, because I do understand the importance of Kensington Oval. I had a great time at the Oval over the weekend, not playing cricket, but I know that this is an important place for sports, for entertainment, for so many things in Barbados. I have had the pleasure of actually playing hockey at the Oval when we used to use that as one of the grounds for the hockey festival. And it is a wonderful ground, it's a lovely atmosphere. It is something that we certainly need to ensure is maintained, invested in appropriately. We know it as the Mecca of cricket, although I've seen some consternation from some of our colleagues across the region on social media, on Twitter, about why Bajans always feel that we must be the center of the universe and everything. Anyway, that aside, It's clear that it's important to invest in our important sporting facilities and that Kensington Oval is a critical facility. But let's get to the loan issue. And this is really my concern. Like Senator Malalu, I am less concerned with the quantum of the loan, the 25 million. He didn't say that he was not concerned with the amount, but I am concerned about what the amount is being used for. So we've heard some outlines of some of the things. It would have been helpful for us to see the intentions for these monies. So he's calling it a business plan. I certainly think it would be useful to see how this money is going to be spent. That's one thing. But the other thing, which is really my concern, has to do with the terms of this loan. And it is a loan over a 5-year period, which is not particularly long. So I suppose that means that we are somewhat optimistic in a 7-year loan. Okay, a 7-year loan. We are still optimistic in the ability for COMI to be able to repay this, or this will fall on the government of Barbados. That's what guarantee is about. When you get a guarantee for your student revolving loan, and then people don't pay the student revolving loan, you're gonna go to the guarantor and chase them down. So we're not saying that COMI is not going to be able to deal with this, but as it is a guarantee, we have to be open to the possibility that this loan will fall on the government. And I did hear Senator Dr. Monroe Knight indicate that it would account for a very small proportion of our debt, 0.33%, she indicated. So not necessarily significant. But coming back to the loan and the terms of it, I was a little bit shocked when I saw the interest rate. And I wondered to myself why we are taking a loan that has a 7% interest rate. I tried to listen on my way here. I was running a bit late because I had some other matters to attend to. I didn't hear, in what I was listening to on my way here, I didn't hear that part addressed. But why a 7% rate of interest? I know that from sitting here and listening to much of the commentary surrounding our other debts in Barbados, we generally have been receiving quite low interest rates. And I can accept that this is not a loan to the government, but to COMI that we are guaranteeing. And since it may not be the most attractive entity to which to lend, perhaps this can account for a somewhat higher interest rate than that which the government of Barbados has been able to receive from entities like International Monetary Fund, IDB, and so on. But I still find this to be a high interest rate over a 7-year period. I looked at the London interbank offer rate, that's LIBOR. I know that this has, to some extent, I've been reading, that has been being used less and less, but this rate currently is 5.47%. And 7% is above that, not slightly above. When I look, and this was yesterday when I found that LIBOR rate. I don't know what it is today. But the point is, it's not in the range of 7%. I also looked at what I have learned is being increasingly employed rather than LIBOR, which is the London interbank offer rate, which is the secured overnight facility rate, which is currently 5.33%. And I was also able to see the forward rates for this. So these are the rates into the future. And by November 2024, this will drop to 4.0%. These are projections, so we know that things can intervene to affect this. I'm not certain. I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen in the future? I would really hope that we don't have more things intervening next year than have already intervened this year. Please, no, right? But let's say other things intervene, this can change. But that projection to November 2024 is 4.01%. By the end of 2024, 3.62%. And when we look at those forward projections into 2028, the rate is around 3.2%. 7 years, so we have that 2-year moratorium. If we look, even according to these projections to 2030, we have rates in that vicinity. So I'm wondering if it is that we were not able, those involved in Comey were not able to, especially with the guarantee of the government. So if it was Comey going on its own, this 7% may have been some insurance then for the lender because they're risky. But with this government guarantee, why were we not able to get a rate that was at least in line with either LIBOR or SOFR, which is the Secured Overnight Facility rate? And these few percentage points might not sound a lot, 1.5%, 2%. If we take these projections as potentially being accurate into the future, we're talking about 4%. That's quite a bit. But we can think about the savings in interest payments that both Comey and potentially, though hopefully not, the government of Barbados would have seen by having a more attractive interest rate. I am sure most of us in here and in this country have received loans, and we get your mortgage at 5%, and then you see 2 years later that the same financial institution is offering persons now receiving a mortgage, now applying for a mortgage, 4.5%. One of the things that you can do, and if you're like me that you do, is you contact the financial institution quick and find out how is it that my interest rate is above these people's own, and can mine be moved? And my experience is that they are quite accommodating in moving them. But this is a fixed interest rate that we are dealing with. So, first of all, in my estimation, it is a high one. Secondly, I would really want to know if there is the ability to negotiate this downwards if it is that these projections for SOFR are accurate. The Secured Overnight Facility rates. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that SOFR. SOFR. If these are correct, will we be able to negotiate these downwards, or are we going to be paying more than we perhaps would want to pay for the finances of Comey? So this is going to be eaten into these profits that we're expecting Comey to make. We have been told, Senator Dr. Monroe Knight has indicated that Comey is going to be able to sustain this facility, that it is going to be a profitable facility. And if we are receiving an interest rate at 7%, this actually eats into those profits that can be used for other things such as reinvestment in the maintenance, of Kensington Oval, so that we're not in this position again. We know that sporting facilities the world over, especially when investments are made for major sporting events, Olympics, Commonwealth Games, Football World Cup, etc. They do not generally have a very good history of being able to maintain these facilities for the future, because you get all of this investment, all of this traffic around the time of the activity, and then these things turn into ghost facilities. I don't think that we should expect this of Kensington Oval because of the nature of cricket. This is not just about the World Cup. We are going to continue to have cricket, and if we have a very attractive facility, we can market this very well and make sure we have the tours, etc., that will bring the traffic and the like to the Oval. And once we continue to have these activities like the one I went to over the weekend, there will be other sorts of activity to bring money into the Oval. Although I have a little bit of a slight caution, I had a blast, right? I loved a concert at the Oval. But I continue to have a concern about using sporting facilities for some of these entertainment purposes, especially when the high heels are out on the field. These places are not made for high heels and some of the other things that occur. But I mean, I leave that to those who are in charge of maintaining the facility to ensure that they have whatever they need to protect the grounds. But what I am saying here is that these profits that we expect from Kensington Oval would be best used if they could be reinvested into the maintenance, the upkeep. I heard when I was watching the T20, one of the commentators, the last one that was here in Barbados, against England, one of the commentators was complaining about the field, that he is disappointed with the quality of the field. The sports commentators, not the people that I hear criticizing that just on the radio talking because they got more. Not a Mason, I guess then. But an actual sports commentator hired for the purpose of evaluating the cricket. Complaining about the quality of the field. So these are things that we have to ensure. And I believe we could be doing ourselves a disservice if we are not able to maximize the amount of the profit that can be plowed back into the Oval because we are paying a high interest rate. I know we are at the point of approving this. I don't know if there's any room for renegotiation. I believe this is probably something that we want to get out of the way today, so it's the 7% that we can take. But I would have hoped that we could get the best possible deal in terms of interest rates if we are taking out a loan of this nature. The time, okay, you have that 2-year buffer in there. I still feel that it's relatively short, but let me say, okay, the time is reasonable, 7 years. But is the interest rate reasonable? And are we doing the best by Kensington Oval in accepting this interest rate? This bank that we are using is supposed to be our new partner and friend and all kind of thing. Coming from Africa, the motherland. So I would hope that the negotiation would be cognizant of the position of Barbados as a small island developing state, the vulnerabilities that we face that may make it harder for us to live up to some of these expectations at this rate of 7%. Mr. President, I'm obliged.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Hines. Senator Nichols.
Mr. President, I would take it that you would not be surprised if I were to say that I have no difficulty in supporting this resolution to borrow money for the upgrade of the historic, iconic Kensington Oval. I listened carefully to the comments from the two independent senators who spoke, and I want, sir, to assure them that a lot of thought has gone into the government's decision to bid for matches in the ICC Cricket T20 World Cup 2024 and the concomitant obligations of the government to ensure that not only Kensington Oval, but all of the facilities for additional practice grounds and the infrastructure that is necessary to host a global tournament of the magnitude of an ICC Cricket World Cup, that Barbados can meet all of its obligations. So I'd like to tarry between two comments made almost a century ago, one by one of the first great West Indian cricketers, Sir Larry Constantine, and another by C.L.R. James, the Dean of Caribbean Intellectual Thought in the last century. And the reason why I do so is that I am very conscious of the fact that Barbados is spelled C-R-I-C-K-E-T, and is recognized in the world. That is how the name is spelled. Our contribution to the game and to the development of the game and the world of cricket's understanding of the game. In fact, Mr. President, you only have to point to the fact that the English opening batsman who just scored 200s in the last two games, at both interviews mentioned his upbringing in Barbados as the basis for his rapid development and his entry into the English side. And our contribution is well known. But sir, see, try to contextualize why the government is making this conscious decision as opposed to what occurred in Jamaica, where Jamaica did not make a bid, as opposed to Dominica, which made a bid but had to pull out after they could not meet the specifications of the ICC bidding, and why St. Kitts and Nevis and Grenada, who bidded for the 2007 World Cup, did not bid at all. This World Cup, the ICC budget is $100 million. I was just looking at the information available on the internet about the recent economic impact of the last ICC 50-over World Cup, which recently concluded in India. And it's about added about $2.6 billion to the Indian economy. But that is a vastly different cricketing economy and society than the small economies of the Caribbean. But certainly the economic impact assessments of the last T20 World Cup in Australia was over $300 million in value added to the Australian economy as a result of the World Cup. So I remember carefully to observe the work of the Caribbean Tourism Organization, which did a cricket study and economic impact assessment after the 2007 ICC World Cup. And one would argue from the outturn figures that the society and economy in Barbados has benefited from the government's investment in that World Cup. And I want to say, Mr. President, we talk about the third World Cup final possibly happening at Kensington Oval, and I understand that the final placements for the games where they will be played will be coming out sometime tomorrow or at least later this week. And we will know whether Barbados will host not the third, but the fourth World Cup final. Because in 2007, we had the World Cup final for the first time. In 2010, we had two finals on one day. There was a women's final and a men's final. And there is a reason, Mr. President, that Barbados' significant competitive advantages leads the cricket world to want to come here and participate in what we do. There will be about 8 to 9 matches hosted in Barbados over this period. And we do not have to jump from the mountaintop and speak about the impact of cricket to the local economy. Because the tourist season had not started when the English were here for just 2 games. The official winter season had not started. But all of the players in the sector were speaking last week about the significant impact that the English visitors brought on the tour of just 2 games. A T20 game, which is about 3.5 hours, and an ODI. We're speaking about a World Cup. And this World Cup, Mr. President, it will be the largest ICC T20 World Cup in its history. 20 teams. So that when we assess the rebound the Barbados economy has seen, especially after COVID, it's been tourism-led. The IMF reports that were carried in the press 2 days ago spoke glowingly about the input of tourism to the growth of the Barbadian economy over the last couple of years. The resilience of the Barbadian economy has been shown to have been tourism-led. So we have had a couple of days last week a boon to the tourism industry by the English visitors here. And you ask any of the businesses who benefit from this increased amount of tourists here, and they will tell you what is the impact. Even the Transport Board, Mr. President, of which I know a little about, will tell you of increased revenues as a result of the English being on the ground. We are doing this World Cup next year, Mr. President, with the United States of America. And some of the games will be hosted there. But what is sometimes lost in that analysis is that the Indian and Asian community that is resident in the United States has been driving the development of that game to significant proportions. And they are also a rich traveling public too. This country will benefit, Mr. President, in a significant way in the summer months of June next year for this World Cup. And I can hardly think of any reason why the government would not want to put the necessary support behind getting Barbados right for World Cup. Mr. President, there's been concern about, and with no problem with that, concern about why we are spending this amount of money in the upgrade of Kensington Oval. And I want to say here that Kensington Oval is not derelict. It is not run down. It was built in 2006, finished in 2007, around that period, and has hosted successfully cricket, whether it's regional cricket, international cricket, ICC cricket, CPL cricket, and other. We even had FIFA World Cup football matches at Kensington Oval. It has to be upgraded and maintained, so that to say that it has not been maintained is a little bit too far of a statement, because it is not a derelict structure. And I thought it was unfortunate to hear that there's an allegation that the governments, successive governments, have not been maintaining Kensington Oval. If that were the case, I would tell you, Mr. President, that we would not have been able to pass the ICC inspections that occurred earlier this year and before the English tour. So it should not go forward from this chamber or elsewhere to anyone that this is a derelict facility that has not been maintained. Mr. President, the large screen at Kensington was put in place in 2010 for the 2010 World Cup. I don't think anybody in here has a television that might be bought in 2010 that is still working in their home, given the advances in technology. Certainly, it would not be a smart screen television that if you bought it in 2010 and it is still working good for you, but hardly anyone would have one. We're talking now about where the cricketing revenue from advertising is not now dependent on cardboards with banners on the perimeter anymore, but real-time electronic advertising. So when the ball goes in the direction of the field, the consuming public on television all around the world will be able to catch the glimpse of that ad. To put in that infrastructure and those facilities, because if we want to be a modern, ultra-modern, I should say, sports facility, we have to upgrade Kensington. And Kensington Oval won all the architectural awards for the best stadium in the world in 2007 after World Cup. It beat out the Emirates Stadium, which came second. But we're talking now after 15 years later, about to host a World Cup, and there is some chirping as to whether or not the government's decision to upgrade the facility, to modernize it, so that the advances in technology that are necessary as part of the bidding specifications of the ICC should not be accommodated. Now, the government has made a decision. Cricket is Barbados, and Barbados is cricket, Mr. President. I can tell you, Mr. President, that in the discussions with the government, we're in another hat, that the Honorable Prime Minister was very resolute that before any determination is made on the hosting of Cricket World Cup or bidding for it, that the BCA, the Barbados Cricket Association, of which I have the distinct honor and privilege to be its secretary of the board, was required to submit an upgraded cricket development plan. And we had done a development plan in the BCA around 2016, 17, 18. And one of the major challenges that we had was we did not have sufficient funding to move Barbados's cricket platform and infrastructure from that of running amateur competitions to semi-professional. Because there is no way in the world that we're going to be able to compete successfully in international cricket arena until we move all of our national sporting cricketing infrastructure to a level where we move from amateurs playing club cricket on Saturday until we move to a stage where we have people who can make a living playing cricket. And the government has come to the table and said, and the Prime Minister announced it in the budget last year, that one of the strategies of the government is to create a cricketing industry. And part of the funds from this loan will not only be to upgrade Kensington Oval, but the national cricketing infrastructure. I've heard articulated within the context of the resolution in the other place, and from my own interaction with this, a significant part will be played in terms of grassroots cricket and getting the local communities together to play organized cricket at the community level in Barbados. Because we have to reinvigorate our local communities and our young people, sir. And I have graduated from one who has played the game to now being a father who sits down in a chair and watches his son play the game. And one of the challenges that I see firsthand, because it is all right to say one is a cricket administrator, but you have to get down out there on the ground to see what is going on across the country. The National Sports Council just put on its Herman Griffith competition. And I want to say this, Mr. President, there is a love-hate relationship in my assessment with cricket in Barbados. We love the game, we love the legacy of the game, we love the rich history of West Indies cricket, but we do not put our money where our mouth is. And I've said from this chamber and on many occasions, all of the planks which supported the development of cricket in Barbados are being slowly removed, or some of those planks need to be reinforced. And why do I say that, Mr. President? Too many corporate entities in Barbados have stopped putting resources behind sports clubs. And I want to say this, cricket cannot succeed in Barbados unless all of the sports in Barbados are successful as well. It is our best sport. And I believe that if our best athletes are going to play our best sport, people have to be playing sport across the board. It cannot only be going at cricket. So that the national sports policy is very much important for the development of cricket and all sports. But cricket will thrive because it has its natural competitive advantages over the other sports. And this is not to say the other sports wouldn't do well, but I don't believe that if we only go at cricket, we would achieve what we want. We have to get our young girls and boys playing sports as a national policy. Yes, we have Shea Hope, West Indies captain. We have Hayley Matthews, West Indies women's captain, and Craig Braffett, West Indies women's test captain. All from Barbados. That is a significant feat at this time in our history. And Shea Hope is an international star. But our facilities are rudimentary or non-existent. So we do not have, at the iconic Kensington Oval that people call the Mecca, I will not call it that, where we've had 3 World Cup finals, we don't have an indoor facility. So that you cannot go during the course of a match or outside of a match, go down to Kensington Oval now and practice if the rain is falling. You do not have the benefit of your coach being able to hand you a disc or a chip. Say, look, go back home, watch this video of your next session today, and let us see where you can iron out these kinks. These are things that you do in secondary schools across the world. We don't do it here. But that we can produce people like a Shea Hope, a giant like a Shea Hope. We can produce a giant like a Haley Matthews and a Craig Brathwaite. And our facilities are so rudimentary and still the same way that they were when you were at school, Mr. President, is a testimony of what we can do if we get our facilities right. So in our discussions with the government, that is why you heard the Honorable Minister in the lead-off of this resolution speak about dropping pitches. Because we cannot be the best in the world or compete with the best in the world if we are an outlier when it comes to the best facilities and the best technologies coming into the game. The Prime Minister has indicated to the BCA, tell me how much it will cost to get the best coaches in Barbados. And the best coaches not only to train players, but to train your coaches. Because we have just signed a memorandum of understanding with the government and people of Kenya, who is an ICC member, who has played with cricket, but they're asking Barbados to facilitate them in the development of their cricket. Why is Canada and Uganda and Ghana and all these countries coming to Barbados specifically to sign memoranda of understanding to develop their cricket? Because this is what the world recognizes as our thing, Mr. President. So that the development of a cricket industry in Barbados is a serious commitment to the people of Barbados. The private sector has to follow suit. Mr. President, I said it before, I think I need to say it again. There was a time when the major banks and corporate institutions had sports clubs. They are too absent from not only the field of playing cricket, but Senator Dr. Hines indicated to me that some of the major hockey clubs don't even play hockey anymore. And the reason for that is because of the absence of corporate Barbados. Because where there was a cricket club, there was invariably a football club, a netball club, and a hockey club going on in Barbados. We have large sporting facilities being commercialized, all in the same area. Cable and wireless is not in use. The facility there at Wildy, the bank's facility is now a chicken barn. Barclays Bank had a sports club behind there. There's still a bank. It's not called Barclays anymore. Whether the sports club. Texaco, whether the sports club. There's still Rubis. And the BCA pays money so to ensure that the women's cricketers of Barbados have a home at Rubis. So we are maintaining that facility so we will have a permanent home for women's cricket. But corporate Barbados has abandoned the sporting fraternities in this country. But we would bemoan the performances of the West Indies team. Like if we can get world beaters, just so. The world has changed. And this love-hate relationship is what I consider to be part and parcel of a lot of the question marks behind why government is putting its money where its mouth is when it comes to cricket. Only yesterday, a line that I attended, a colleague of mine who played cricket right throughout school, we didn't go to the same school with me, says, my cricket walk, man. They don't got the cricket no more. I don't watch that. There's an apathy about it. And sometimes we need to use that as a motivating tool to relook the game and how we deal with the sport of cricket and other sports as well, Mr. President. So that getting back now to our cricket, if we are going to be able to get 100 Barbadian young men and women professionally playing this sport, over the next 5 to 10 years, this is the time for the society to come and join with government to facilitate the development of our national treasure, which is cricket. Mr. President, the government has put its money where its mouth is, not only in putting the facilities for the development. I believe the police ground will be one of the practice grounds that will be used for the teams when they are preparing for the World Cup matches. I think the Windward Cricket Ground will be one of the other grounds in Carrollton. These will bring added investment to those grounds and upgrades to those grounds, and also employment during the time that those grounds will be deployed during Cricket World Cup. And Mr. President, you will remember that there was a time when several touring teams came to Barbados during the winter months and played cricket. There were several cricket festivals. There was the Fred Rumsey Festival, the Pro-Am Festival. There was the Sagari Sobers competition, which I understand we didn't have last year, which was a school's international cricket competition. We can't afford not to have these things coming. But as we speak, Mr. President, there are touring teams in Barbados now playing various clubs across the country. So what are we diffident about? When we know of the economic impact and driver that CPL brings to the Barbadian economy. I saw a report online, I'm sure Senator Boyce saw it too, that CPL made about, the economic value of the CPL to the Caribbean was about $20 million last year alone. That is on the Republic Bank, major sponsor website. And that is a 6-week tournament, a smaller version to in the Indian Premier League. When a West Indies regional youth tournament is played in Barbados or the Super 50, it's about $2 million to host those things that comes into the Barbados economy. And one of the things that we will have to do is to get better at measuring the economic impact of all cricket and all sport to the economy. Because what we are losing is not being able to sit down with the decision makers, whether it be sponsors or other people, and to be able to sell the games or all the other sports in Barbados to the extent of their true value. I'm sure if the Hockey Federation were to do an impact assessment of the Bites Hockey Festival at the time when it was played, when I played hockey a little bit for a few years, at the time, we will not be having the struggles that we have in the modern sporting industries in Barbados. We have to put more resources behind sports. We have to support government and the sporting agencies, and government also must ensure that its own institutions don't do things to mash up the sport. I would like to see, Mr. President, the Barbados Defense Force sports program return across all the sporting disciplines, not only in cricket. It made a major input into all of the sporting disciplines. Our first Olympic boxer came from that sports program. We've had test cricketers and international cricketers come from that sports program. Our football improved a significant degree with them playing in the BDF Premier League. The Barbados Football Association Premier League. And I believe that it's time for us to revisit the cuts that were made to the budget. This resolution is necessary, and it is a priority. Not to say that the National Stadium is not a priority, because that has to be done as well. The hockey turf has to be repaired as well. We've just completed the refurbishment of the Cigar-Free Solvers Gymnasium. But our sporting facilities, I've said it before, are too poor and they have to be upgraded. But let it not be said, Mr. President, that anytime a government is investing in the young men and women in this country, that is not a priority. I can't associate with that. Because if the young men, if you think about it, Mr. President, 250 cricket clubs playing cricket on a Saturday and Sunday in Barbados, take away that from the young people and tell me what can happen about here. Anytime I would define sports, Mr. President, anytime, I have no difficulty with it. But it is a priority because it is a development of the young people in this country. And to let them know that if they want to become a cricketer, men and women, in fact, Mr. President, you know, a charity from England now launched the Barbados Girls Cricket Club. The Back for Chance charity has now come to Barbados and gone to Yorkshire in St. Michael and put hundreds of thousands of dollars in sponsorship to develop the first all-girls cricket club in Barbados. A charity from England. So I am to tell those young ladies who will join that club with the aspiration to play cricket and become a cricketer like Haley Matthews. You can't practice when the rain falling at Kensington because we ain't got any indoor facilities. You can't practice because we can't pull off the covers because we're still using the covers and concrete bricks to keep them down and not the modern rollers and stuff that we see when we watch cricket all over the world. Like Senator Hines said, Dr. Hines said, you got to fight at Kensington Oval, so you can't use the field because the field mash up. That is why we're talking about investing in dropping pitches. You know, behind Lords and the MCG, the world's most famous cricket ground is Kensington Oval. That is a legacy that we have to protect, Mr. President. That is a legacy that is a priority, Mr. President. And we have to tell this story. I would like to see, and I will speak a little bit more about it if I do get the chance to speak in the other resolution, about the development of the Fontebelle area, where Kensington Oval is prioritized like any other international stadium. You see it from a mile off. It dominates the environment in which it is located. It creates economic activity around it. Looking glad to see the lumberyard going from right in front of Kensington Oval. But we, just like how they have, the developers at the Old Hamels factory have redeveloped that facility, we have to take the Fontebelle area and maximize the benefit of Kensington. I've heard murmurs and suggestions that why are we having naming rights at Kensington Oval? Why they put in the name next to Kensington Oval? But Mr. President, from the time I was a boy, the Oval in Kennington, London had a commercial partner and a name attached to it. It was either the Foster's Oval or the Brick Oval or the NatWest Oval. That is how the Emirates airline or the stadium that one of the world's leading football clubs uses. So that we really need to wake up. We really need to up our game. And look, there is a lot of revenue potential that Kensington Oval can maximize, whether it's shared working environments, whether it's full-time rental spaces of all the boxes. I certainly, when I came to the practice of law, was at a firm that had a box there. My first meeting was at Kensington Oval, and they paid an all-year-round rental fee for that facility, and that was before it was knocked down for Cricket World Cup in 2007. Mr. President, as I come to a close, I know that Sir Larry Constantine said in 1933, that cricket is the most glaring example of a black man being kept in his place. And that is the first thing we will have to change. Cricket is the most glaring example. He was speaking in his autobiography, Cricket and I, in 1933. It was the most glaring example of a black man being kept in his place, and that is the first thing we will have to change. Because he understood what cricket could do for the people of the Caribbean and transform the lives of the society. And that is how we became the first greats in anything through the cricketing sphere. And it's transformed the Caribbean society. I will close, Mr. President, with the erstwhile words of C.L.R. James. What do they know of cricket? Who only cricket know? I thank you, Mr. President, and I'm obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Nichols. Senator Kevin Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me. They will have persons who no doubt will shudder to hear me get up to talk about cricket after Senator Nichols. But the discussion, as tangentially weaved, and I must say I enjoy my friend's presentation and how he was able to incorporate different comments, ending with that iconic phrase by C.L.R. James, which I myself had intended to start. And it is a very useful starting point in the context of the present debate. Now, Mr. President, by now you should be accustomed to my style, wherein I go back to what is the crux of the matter that we are debating. And when we look at the resolution which is before us, we recognize our role as a Senate and where we stand in the proverbial pecking order of these things when it comes to money. So the stipulated resolution, sir, is for the provision of certain, if I may use the wording that is in the Senate paper. The Kensington Oval management is seeking a loan in the sum of US 25 million, 50 million Barbados from Africa Export-Import Bank on these terms and conditions for the purpose of financing the rehabilitation and maintenance of sport infrastructures, plural, ahead of the 2024 Cricket World Cup. That's what it's for. Now, we've seen the debate go into the euphemistic statements as to cricket and how important it is as a culture, which I certainly agree with. We have seen, well, hold on, could this money not have been diverted to other means? But the government, for its policy, has recognized that this is a purpose which it wants to fund. Simply stated, simply put. Now, while you do have that right and you do get to determine what you fund, other persons get to chirp and ask questions and say, hey, well, why you don't fund this or why you don't fund that? That's what we try to encourage while we have these forms of debate. My thought process is one where I see the benefit to both sides. And I was at the same line that Senator Nichols referred to last night in terms of talking about cricket. And I didn't say much because I am not in that league. The point is this, Mr. President. While we recognize the utilization of a guarantee of a loan as the ways to get the money, I think that there is another opportunity available for the government, while not to meet the quick turnaround of 2024, but for future consideration. And what I would like to propose to the powers that be is that we find a way to tap in to this support that we have nationally for this game. So why don't we have a cricket bond or a Kensington bond which is floated for all these persons who have such love of the game to put their money where their mouth is, as Senator Nichols said. Because it's one thing to say that I love this or I am willing to do this, but how can we tap into this patriotic sporting ethos and say, well, this is the support that we need? And this is the type of thinking where if that is tried and it does not succeed, when persons come and question, you can say, but we have no choice. Where do we get it from? And in recognizing that there is an entitlement and it is necessary, this is a factor which the government can consider as it moves forward. So long story short, Mr. President, the quantum in my mind is not alarming given the volume of other debt that the current country holds. That's a fact, it's $50 million. What I would also urge, and I'm sure no doubt will be done, is when the aspect of the naming rights is being dealt with, that we get our most vicious negotiators on that task. Because some will say that we're selling the family silver. I wouldn't say that. But if you are going to name it, let's make sure we get the best price. So, sir, my contribution, very short, is simply this. We recognize the need of how you get money. You either get the money from taxes or you get the money from borrowing. Two ways governments raise funds. In this circumstance, utilization in the future can be considered of raising the money through nationalistic pride in the form of a cricketing bond in terms of Kensington for the developed. Let's try it and see if it works. And then, if it fails, we can return to the naysayers and say, but what choice do we have? I also wish to say that I think the comments by the two other independent senators were quite sensible. And I look forward to the government response, particularly as to the interest rate. There may be some of us who don't understand or appreciate maybe the time being, the length of time, the need for funds, the availability in the specific market that we're dealing with. And persons will seek to understand as to why the rate that is being offered is the one that was accepted in these times. And we know that interest rates are high on saving bonds presently. And you would know that, Mr. President, given your background. But all in all, I think that we can say we understand why the government is doing what it is doing, and we hope that as we continue this exercise that there are responses given which allow persons to understand fully what is being sought to be done so the necessary support can be provided. And we hope that the exploration of alternative fundraising mechanisms like the ones that I have suggested are duly considered in the future. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Boyce. Her Honor, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make a few remarks. This debate really reminds me of my days as a parliamentarian, sitting in the other place, and as a minister. I represented, I think, what is perhaps the largest cricketing constituency in Barbados, St. James South. It has almost every major cricketer whose name you can call either came out of St. James South or had some association with a club or relationship with the constituency. So though I was not a cricketing fan myself, I had to learn about cricket. It was absolutely essential as part of the service, and therefore sponsored many cricket matches. And the club there at, oh my goodness, they're gonna, right there at the bottom of Waterman Village, really raise funds to completely redevelop that and so on. And I'm being nostalgic and reminiscing. And then when we were going to host the World Cup, I happened to be Minister of Housing at the time and very much led a lot of the initiatives for the making the lands available, the compulsory acquisitions that had to be done in very rapid time to have the lands available for the development of Kensington and its construction. So I have some intersections with Kensington redevelopment at an earlier time, and would wish just to make a few remarks in respect of this debate. I want to start with the fact that it fascinates me in Barbados that whatever governments attempt to do, there is significant criticism of it. People don't wait to see how it's going to turn out. They often don't bring any rational or analytical reasons to it. They simply start to criticize, and that creates its own momentum and feeding frenzy, and then you get people all over the place making comments. But the same people who will tell you that this is too much money to spend on Kensington, particularly at this time when the government say broke, are the very ones who will tell you, well, it's a big shame that they let the stadium drop down and you can't use it and look at it condition, etc. But we cannot have it both ways, as we always seek to do in Barbados. Either we are prepared to spend the money, to find and spend the money to ensure development, to maintain property, to ensure sports and other activity takes place, or we are going to let it all fall down like the stadium and then say and throw up our hands. This government is not adopting that approach. We saw the stadium fall down virtually under a previous administration. This administration made the investment to first build Kensington and outfit it, and now we are investing further resources in its maintenance, upkeep, and redevelopment to take it into the future, to make sure it continues to be fit for purpose and does not become an iconic place that once was. So let us understand that there is a cost to it, and we know that construction costs have risen exponentially in the last year. We know this is a fact. We know that when you maintain or when you build buildings such as this sort, you have to have commercial grade everything in order for them to last the time and to take the beating in inverted commas, of course, of the use at commercial scale. So it is expensive to do this and to equip with the kind of specialist equipment that sports facilities require. The second key to looking at this expenditure, Mr. President, is, in my view, to ask ourselves whether or not Barbados wants to be known for the development of cricket and other sports. Jamaica is known for its sprinters, but it has invested in resources, equipment, training to get the result that you see at the international level. We have a competitive advantage in relation to cricket. Government is therefore now putting behind that competitive advantage an investment on which we expect to see a rate of return. Now, I am not a business person. I am a people's person and a politician. That rate of return may not be seen directly in the dollars and cents, but it will be seen by the production of high-quality cricketers who will be brandishing and enhancing the name of, burnishing and enhancing the name of Barbados at the international level. It will be seen by the increased numbers and people who want to come to Barbados to watch sports here because of the high quality of the cricketers. We have a point very well made by Senators Nichols and King. It will be seen by the people who make money from cricketing activity. Well, in the repatriation, first of all, of the money that the cricketers themselves make. Because they bring their money home. They build homes in Barbados. They employ people in Barbados. Their children go to school here. So we will see it come back to us. But it isn't only going to be seen by cricketers and sports persons. It will be seen in the stores owned by small entrepreneurs who, when women are going to cricket, will say, look, I want to go and get my nails done or my hair done or buy a new dress or a new pantsuit. It will be seen by snow cone vendors and the nutsmen that you see around cricket matches, and everybody knows them. They have their nicknames. You're able to identify them. It will be seen, Mr. President, by the manufacturers. Every time there is cricket in Barbados, beers sell out. Rum sells, liquor sells. The shops in the country, the cook shops. You can't get in muster. You can't get in the shop there, the shop on Holders Hill, and again, I don't remember the family's name. My memory is really failing me. You can't get it, Marshalls. Mother Cat died while I was in the U.S., but the Marshalls. There were some boys, the father and their boys, who held the shop, but the Marshall shop on Holders Hill. Chris Place, further down at Rockdundo in St. Peter. These are iconic watering holes, particularly during cricket, and places around sporting facilities that cricketers themselves frequent and therefore attract large numbers of people. Cuz will get more customers. Oystins will be rammed. People, St. Lawrence Gap will be burst. The reality is that when you invest in cricket, when you put the money in, it isn't just cricket that benefits. People, you can't get a rental car. A lot of other ways in which the money spills over, and it isn't trickle down, it is gushing over into other sectors of the economy. And that is why the investment is being made. It is made to reap a rate of return, not in a narrow sector or a narrow stream, but across several sectors for several other persons who are not even directly employed by cricket or by sports. That is why this investment is important. It isn't just that we are putting the money into Kensington. And what is the cost of investment? When I did my MBA, you know, you look at cost-benefit analyses, you look at your rate of return, you look at what you put in, what you get out, what depreciation and other costs would be. But this is a formulaic way of approaching the matter. The reality is that government is an enabler of development and an enabler of growth. Businesses are there to make their investment, to make a profit. That is not the role of government. It is the role of government to make the investment so that Jean Chase, little boy who is in primary school at this moment, can become a cricketer 10 years from now, playing first-class cricket. There's no dollar value that you can put on that and on what he will bring back to the country. And though I understand, because my father was a businessman, and though I have run my own law practice and my own consultancy business, successfully I might add. I did not make millions, but I make enough to be comfortable and to employ other people and to ensure they were comfortable and to give good service and to get a good name for being a good professional. But you cannot look at everything by virtue of a balance sheet when you look at government investments, because that is not what they are being made for. Now, having said that, while we are protecting and securing the national and the public interests, while we are maintaining this facility, as indeed we should, because government has a poor record of building maintenance. When you're hearing about sick buildings, you're going into places, sir, the elevator's not working. You have to, I'm not even going to say that, sir. You have to walk up the steps or stay home. You know, there's a problem with maintenance. So we cannot no quarrel, or ought not to no quarrel, if government says we are going to invest properly in maintaining Kensington Oval, given what it means to legacy, to cricket, to national image, to national reputation, to the potential for growth at several levels. Government must facilitate, government must enable, government must regulate, government must protect, and government must invest. And invest in ways that the benefits accrue to the wider society and economy. And that is what is being done here. So that the money that is being put into this for the development of cricket generally will see community-based sports take off, and community-based cricket in a much more significant way. We have to look to more further investment in the gymnasium. And we have to ensure that we manage better as a whole. I close with these final 2 points. Having said all of that, however, the reality is that government agencies and government-related or government-connected entities often in our jurisdictions rely too much on government because they know government will not let them collapse. We run these entities, or these entities are run like old boys networks, where the fellas get together and drink a few drinks, but they do not manage in a strategic way. They do not look at the long-term interests of the organization and how they can build it. They make no determination as to what are their priorities to pursue so that they have the best outcomes and results and themselves make money. So that you take a number of government entities which operate in various markets in Barbados, compare them with private sector entities. The private sector entities are licking corn, to use a Bajan expression. But the government entities are marginal or not making any money. And it has to do with the fact that because they are government or government connected, we do not invest in the kind of management structures or the kind of managers who can deliver the results that are essential for the country. I believe that Comey, whether it is cricketing paraphernalia, I don't know how much beyond the books that of a few of the cricketers. I do not know how much cricketing paraphernalia you can get. Whenever there is a big match here or big cricketing games, there should be an event where people can come and meet all of our cricketing greats, get autographs, get photos. People would pay a lot of money to enter such events. Use the cricketing icons, the former cricketers, in a way that can make money for them and for us. Utilize the facilities. You know, this is the ball that Gary Sobers struck for how much ever, you know, in a previous match. You know, but people go to see that. And you see an old rusty thing, and they tell you that, oh, this was the dagger that Ivan the Great used. You know, you don't know if it is true or not. But you go somewhere, you plaster the glass cage and tell you don't even breathe on the glass. You know, so we need to have museums, or musea, if that is correct, I think museums. And we need to really, what happens with these cricketers' bats? What happens with the ball that got knocked away repeatedly, like the other night during cricket? Nobody is keeping this material. We don't have paraphernalia that we can sell, or if we do, it's very little paraphernalia. But all of this can become an industry, whether it is cups, cups that, you know, the cups that people use now, water bottles, branded items. We just don't do it. And these are the kinds of things, part of what Comey needs to be doing. Utilizing people and branding items, really branding and maximizing the cricket opportunities. Because in the same way that people will go in oysters and eat fish and drink beer, if you have a cricket-related or cricket-themed cultural activity or sports activity, people will go. People will attend, they will pay. There are people who, when Wes Hall's book came out, I got him to autograph it and gave it to a regional prime minister as a gift. He was thrilled. And I think I may have made this point in here, when I was leaving New York as ambassador, I think it was the Pakistani ambassador, had made a great, I think he was from Pakistan, I don't recall, but one of the Asian countries, had made, was delighted. He actually stayed in office a day or two additional in order to, because we were establishing diplomatic relations between the two countries formally, because he wanted to establish diplomatic relations with Barbados before he retired and returned home. Why? Because he had seen Wes Hall play as a boy. That they lived in rural Pakistan or wherever it was. I don't think it is Pakistan. It will come back to me. And his father took him and his brother to watch the match in which Wes Hall and others played. And he regaled me that morning. I want to talk about investment and other related opportunities. And he regaled me with stories from that day and what it meant to him. And all those years later, a man of about 70 was saying, I want to stay in post for 2 more days to do this, set up international relations formally with Barbados. This is what our cricket means. And this is why the $25 million could never be too much. I'm much obliged to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Thompson. Senator Dr. Moronite.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me thank all of the honorable senators that would have contributed to this debate on the resolution for the government guarantee of the US $25 million from the African Export-Import Bank to Kensington Oval Management Incorporated, or COMI. Mr. President, let me start with the comments by Senator King, who implored us that even as we invested in the Kensington Oval and its infrastructure, refurbishment and upgrades, that we ought to make sure as well that we take care of the development aspects of cricket itself, that we ought to make sure that as we built out the facility at Kensington, that we actually had a game to be played there at a sufficient level, again, that would take us as Barbados to the heights that we are accustomed to in the context of our cricket. I want to remind the Honourable Chamber that we would have debated the Green Paper on the National Sports Policy, in which cricket was identified as one of the areas for special investment. And in that Green Paper, we would have spoken to a number of initiatives that were intended to be rolled out, including a high-performance center, including investment in coaching, Mr. President, including the building out, Mr. President, of mini-stadia across various parishes in Barbados. I also want to note, Mr. President, that already the Ministry of Youth Sports and Community Empowerment is undertaking a coaching development, a training for young cricket captains, Mr. President, to ensure that we are going to have captains who have the ability to lead cricket teams, Mr. President. That same ministry is also as well investing in the refurbishment of cricket grounds and community centres to make sure that they are continually used within communities. And as well, again, Mr. President, as well, investing in building out coaches across Barbados so that we are building an entire ecosystem in relation to making sure that our cricket development is taken care of. And that is not to say, Mr. President, that more cannot be done, that more should be done, Mr. President. But that is, again, why we have that we debated that green paper on the national sports policy, and there will continue to be consultations. And this is why, again, that same ministry is investing in working with the sporting federations to build capacity and increase the government allowances to those associations as well to make sure that they can continue themselves to contribute to the building out of cricket development and sporting development generally, Mr. President. I want to note, Mr. President, the suggestion that, as was indicated, that we are either looking to build a new Kensington or that it is derelict. In my indication, and I ran through very carefully what the funds would be used for, I noted the assessment that was done. I identified the specific areas that the assessment indicated that we need upgrades, Mr. President, and I used those words, upgrades, Mr. President. And for the record, Mr. President, I noted that the ICC assessment indicated that we would need to upgrade the existing lighting towers, particularly to enhance the lux levels. I talked about the Players' Pavilion upgrade, Mr. President. I talked about temporary stands, the Southeast hospitality structure, bathrooms upgrade, Mr. President, painting and repairs, additional replay screens, Mr. President, and other upgrades, Mr. President. So that, as was indicated, it would be a fallacy for us to suggest that this money, 50 million Barbados dollars, Mr. President, would in any way be about building a new oval. What we are talking about here is a guarantee for the refurbishment and upgrade to ensure that we have a Kensington Oval that is fit for purpose up to international cricketing standards, Mr. President. And again, and I want to stress that the investment, as was indicated, is not only about building up Kensington Oval, but again, and I quoted it, I went right and I was very specific to indicate that it would also be about enhancing the practice facilities, and I identified them. The Windward Cricket Club, the University of the West Indies 3W Ovals, and the Police Sports Complex as well. I also, as well as Senator Nichols would have indicated, noted the building out of the city. We're not just doing investment in infrastructure for the now, but building out a frame that would enhance cricket development over the long term. And I believe that Senator Nichols would have spoken to that in very good detail. I note, Mr. President, the call for a business plan to be produced. The call for understanding why it is that we're doing this investment as a priority. And again, I believe, Madam Deputy President, would have spoken to the fact that government has to be able to invest in public interest. That government has to be able to ensure that it prioritizes those investments that are also about legacy, that are also about ensuring generational wealth, about generational knowledge and legacy. But even so, Mr. President, I want to assure this honourable chamber that the business case for this guarantee was very well discussed and examined. As I would have also indicated in my submission, the government, even before we knew about the Cricket World Cup bid, had invested within Kensington Oval for the installation of a photovoltaic panels across all the roofs of Kensington Oval, which is estimated, Mr. President, to have a rate of return of $500,000 annually for Kensington. And that installation will happen as soon as it is connected to the grid from February 2024. I also want to note, Mr. President, I would have indicated in my submission, the number of other revenue-generating activities that Kensington Oval is involved in currently, that they have proactively gone out and sought engagement with the Caribbean Development Bank in order to develop and to look at the feasibility of producing products and services, Mr. President, produced by small entrepreneurs that then will be marketed under the Kensington Oval brand. Mr. President, the naming rights, Mr. President, as well. The initial estimates for that would suggest that we can reap between $3 million to $6 million annually based on the naming rights. And that is just an estimate, because we will be the first in the region, Mr. President, the first in the region to introduce naming rights for our cricket grounds. First in the region, Mr. President, to do so. Mr. President, there have also been questions asked about the interest rate and why it is that we have accepted a 7% interest rate. Mr. President, I am not going to pretend that I am an economist. When it comes to economic matters, I go to the economists and have them advise me on these things so that I am careful in the information that is shared. Mr. President, I want to identify, first of all, that 7% interest rate really reflects the improvement in our credit quality under the BERT program. Because 5 years ago, the interest rate that we could have attracted was 13%, Mr. President, under the previous administration because of the number of downgrades that this country had seen. So that 7% that we would not want to criticize, Mr. President, is much better than the 13% that we were able to attract. Additionally, Mr. President, I also want to indicate that interest rates have been rising within the last 18 to 2 years. In fact, the Federal Reserve, Mr. President, just this year increases interest rates to the highest over 22 years, Mr. President. So interest rates are increasing overall. Furthermore, Senator Dr. Hines used as her metrics for the interest rates LIBOR. She used it quite a number of times. Mr. President, I want to note that in fact, and perhaps I'm unsure.
I want to raise sometimes.
Mr. President, I rise on a point of clarification as I referred to LIBOR once and continued thereafter to refer to SOFR. No. You intended to. I did not intend to. I did, and I actually.
You did mention it a few times.
I repeatedly, after, Mr. President, if I may be allowed to continue.
Yes, continue, please.
After indicating that LIBOR has fallen out of use, I then presented the SOFR rate as well as the SOFR forward rate into 2028, noting that it was around 3.2%. Thereafter, I noted that as far as 2030, the SOFR rate, I not only said the abbreviation, but spelled it out, was around 3.2%. That is what I said. It is not my intention, it is the content of what I said.
Please continue, Senator Dr. Murray.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As I was indicating, there was a LIBOR scandal, and I think as was indicated, that the LIBOR is no longer used. And as was indicated, we are now using SOFR, and as of yesterday, that rate was 5.31%.
Mr. President, I rise on a matter of clarification, a point of clarification once again. As I indicated, same, exact same. So for Senator Dr. Monroe Knight to present this as some manner of correction does not reflect reality. I indicated that SOFR is 5.31. I have it written down and I read it directly from my notes.
I didn't hear any suggestion of correction. It was just a reference that you had mentioned it, and she repeated the same information, but there was no admonition of correction there. Continue, Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. We are in the Christmas and festive season. So I will continue with a smile on my face, Mr. President. So essentially, Mr. President, we have a fair interest rate based on the current market interest rates, based on the current credit quality of Barbados, Mr. President, at 7%. I can also inform this honorable chamber that the initial interest rate was at 7.5. So Barbados did not just accept the first interest rate that was given, but we negotiated again what was the best interest rate given the circumstances and given the prevailing market conditions, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to also as well just speak to, the issue of, and I agree completely with Madam Deputy President, in relation to the issue of maintenance, and I believe that this was also raised as well by Senator Dr. Christina Himes, in relation to maintenance of the field, making sure that it is protected. And again, that is also one of the areas of investment, as was indicated, that we will now have enhanced covers in order to ensure that we can protect the field. So when there are activities that are outside of cricket, that this can be protected, the field can be protected. But I also agree that government needs to do better when it comes to maintenance. And this is why, that even as we make this investment in relation to the upgrades, Mr. President, the upgrades for Kensington Oval, that the intent is that we do not have a facility that would fall into the level of disrepair, but again, that we will then be able to see COMI come up with a strong maintenance plan in order to ensure the continued, Mr. President, the continued preservation of the investment and of Kensington Oval as well. Mr. President, finally, I also want to just respond to the question about the management and how we will ensure that we have a fit-for-purpose, not only infrastructure, but institution going forward that will allow the government, that will allow COMI to be able to maximize the investment, that would allow to ensure that we see the growth in the cricket development that we want to be able to see, Mr. President. The current structure for COMI has a chief executive officer. It involves, Mr. President, the oversight from the Prime Minister's office. It involves the level of oversight as well from the Ministry of Finance. And we are also seeking to make sure that as the board is continuing to build out, that it can attract all of the necessary skills, Mr. President, to make sure that we are able to have the correct institutional infrastructure. So we are doing that as we are building the physical infrastructure, as we are building out the revenue generation, as we're building out the institutional mechanisms that are going to be necessary to make sure that Kensington Oval is successful. With those few words, Mr. President, I beg that this resolution be now passed.
The question is that this resolution do not pass. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This resolution is now passed. Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I beg to move that this sitting of the Senate be suspended for lunch to resume at 2:45 p.m.
The question is that this sitting be suspended until 2:45 p.m. today. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This sitting is suspended until 2:45 p.m. today.
Is a continuum of a commitment by the government of Barbados, every government of Barbados for that matter, to ensuring that planning and development of our infrastructural resources is rooted in our people and our people's ambitions for development. In this instance, Mr. President, sustainable development. These plans, Mr. President, over the years, have been reflective of the circumstances facing our country at a given time. There is no one in this chamber or outside of this chamber, Mr. President, who would imagine that in 1970 or in 1991, and certainly in 2023, the identical issues facing our country and our people on a development trajectory would be those that still face it in 2023. Even if they are similar, they may not present in the identical way, Mr. President. And so over that period of time, while other countries in the region have very much developed physical development plans, Barbados today is the only country in the region to have a current physical development plan. In the period, Mr. President, that ensued since the last version of the physical development plan, there are a couple of issues, and these things are all captured in the documents itself. These are voluminous documents, and I want to take just a moment to stand them up so you can see what they look like. This is one of the documents. This is part B, actually, and this is part A of the physical development plan. And so the work of the Honorable Senate to prepare for this debate has no doubt been onerous and time-consuming because the plans are lengthy. And they're detailed, they're on the Parliament's website and available for anyone to download for review. So, Mr. President, the issues over the last 10, maybe 13 years or so for the country as it relates to physical development planning and as contained in the document cover a range of things. And I'm going to list them here today just for the sake of clarity. The climate crisis. I can camp out there for a few moments, Mr. President, for even longer than that, because our Prime Minister has been walking the length and breadth of the globe speaking about the issues of the climate crisis. We have heard our Prime Minister speaking from every global platform, speaking to international financial institutions, arguing the case for our existential issues as it relates to climate, arguing the case for climate financing, making the case globally, as I spoke about last week in the context of our debate then, for our energy transitioning as a consequence of the emissions associated with the climate crisis, and also making the case for the Bridgetown Initiative as part of the reform of the global financial architecture in order to make way for countries such as ours. The climate crisis, Mr. President, is one of the key things that has evolved over the time period from the last physical development plan. We are also a country that has been seen to have scarcity, a scarcity of land, in some instances, Mr. President, scarcity of water, both of which have been debated at great length in this honorable chamber on more than one occasion. And at times, Mr. President, as a consequence of a scarcity of land and a scarcity of water, certainly in periods of drought, and we heard the Honorable Minister of Agriculture giving an early flag recently about the implications of drought or excessive water on food production. And so scarcity of food, land, and water are issues that oftentimes affect our nation. We've seen, Mr. President, the push for the green and the blue economy. This is also captured as one of the priorities and one of the parameters for the physical development plan. And what do I mean when I say the green and the blue economy? The green economy, Mr. President, we know what that refers to most times, and that has been well articulated. But the blue economy is connected very much to our Prime Minister's redefinition also of a term that we have been using in international development circles more and more. I believe we have heard our Honorable Deputy President on more than one occasion, also I believe one occasion that I can recall, speak about it here in this honorable chamber. In 2018, Mr. President, when this country established the very first ministry with responsibility for the blue economy, and now it is captured under the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources, but it is also the blue and the green economy, the Prime Minister started to say this: Barbados may be a small state, we may be a small island state, but we are a large ocean economy. And that was because, Mr. President, in 2018, we started to share the fact that Barbados has over 400 times our ocean space than we have land space. So we have to be able to incorporate our ocean or our blue economy as part of our development trajectory. And so the green and the blue economy are captured, therefore, within the physical development plan. We've spoken also about sustainable development goals. Initially, we had in 2000 the Millennium Development Goals. They evolved into the Sustainable Development Goals. They then became truncated into the specific goals we're following now, Mr. President. And how have those patterns evolved? We also have spoken, Mr. President, at great length, and we have tangentially related elements being incorporated into this, Mr. President, that speak to healthy communities, Mr. President. The impact of our lifestyle choices, our eating choices, our access to food, Mr. President, and how those things impact our spending as a country on keeping our people healthy. These are the main thematic areas covered in the physical development plan. There are a number of purposes that have been outlined for the plan, and I want to list them here because for the benefit of those who are listening or who may not have had an opportunity to read them online. To foster economic, environmental, physical, and social well-being to the residents of Barbados, to address the critical impacts of the climate crisis, which I just spoke about, to establish a vision to guide the future form of development with respect to land use, settlement patterns, food production, infrastructure, mobility, and environmental management, to guide the future forms of development on the island and inform the public, business, and government sectors as to the nature, scope, and location of both development and protection areas of core aspects. And I'm going to speak about core assets in a little bit. To provide a clear, accessible framework for private and public investment in communities, business sectors, and infrastructure across the island. Now, there are a number of documents that have been used as background to the framing of this, in addition to a process of consultation. They include initiatives such as those that we have seen, certainly on the Healthy Communities side, from those coming from the Healthy Caribbean Coalition. We have in 2012 a green economy scoping study, the Habitat 3 New Urban Agenda of 2016, the Paris Agreement of 2021, COP21 Paris Agreement, the COP26 Glasgow Agreement, and the UNESCO World Heritage Site inscription. Those have all helped to inform where we are with this particular plan. We also have the Emerging and Sustainable Cities Initiative of 2015. As a consequence, Mr. President, of the global issues confronting the country, the national documents and strategic documents which were prepared to address both the international issues and the local issues, we now have a physical development plan that has been updated for 2023, Mr. President. It looks all across the island at how we as a country are going to organize development. In simple terms, Mr. President, are you going to put certain types of activity in certain spaces where they perhaps ought not to be? How do we protect the public interest? We talk a lot about that in recent times. How do we ensure that we want to be able to address these things in a coherent way? Mr. President, I want to spend a few moments speaking about a few issues because there are a couple of core issues, there are a number of core issues across the PDP, but I expect that certainly on the government side, we will all be presenting on different aspects of the plan, and so that will evolve over time. And so I want to give a broad, high-level framing of what is in the actual document. And I also want to make sure I make space for colleagues to be able to roll out their presentations as part of the debate. Mr. President, first and foremost, we have coastal areas, and I'm going to speak about that because as the former Minister of Tourism, this is something that is going to be important, and on gullies, as someone who comes from St. George, it is also a part of the conversation, Mr. President. Now, Barbados, Mr. President, as captured in the plan itself, it speaks about Barbados and issues relating to waste. If you recall, if you remember, Mr. President, when we first started talking about coastal development and sustainable development issues, we talked about land-based activity that was affecting what happens on our coast and how it affects our marine resources. And so on-island use and waste disposal, including solid waste disposal, became one of the issues. Barbados, Mr. President, in the plan, generates 1,000 tons of solid waste daily. 1,000 tons of solid waste daily. What this means, Mr. President, is that there must be disposal systems that are effectively used, not just by the state, but by individuals to effectively dispose of waste. What we are seeing, Mr. President, and I want to use this opportunity to make an appeal to our people. I remember, Mr. President, driving through some of the most pristine parts of the country. There are some little roads, Mr. President, if you go up from what used to be Orchid World, you drive up there past Lemon Arbor, and you come just before you get to Golden Ridge, and you turn and you go down some very narrow roads down in there. They're very narrow, but when they open up, the vista before you is stunning. Sweet Bottom, stunning. You start to look at Barbados and you think, I'm from Bohedo. It's beautiful. But before you get there, Mr. President, you encounter fridges that have been disposed by people and thrown on the side of the road. You discover old stoves and old mattresses, Mr. President, a pristine and stunning vista in this country, Mr. President. And I went through there just in the interest of full disclosure, lest anybody think I was driving through funny roads. I was on my way to the wind farm in Venture.
Senator Cummings, your colleagues believe that you protest a bit too much.
I did introduce my comments by saying I intended to raise some levity during the comments, but yes, it's a beautiful space. We have heard the representative for St. Thomas, for example, speaking on more than one occasion, and there are others in here who would probably be in a position to speak on that more than I could. So we talk about what is happening in parts of our country, Mr. President, and the disposal of waste, including white waste. Barbadians have to be as proud as I'm sure we all are in here of our environment. Stop indiscriminately dumping. Dispose of things effectively. Barbados no longer even has a tipping fee. What stop you if you could put a fridge on the back of a truck and carry it to dump it in the middle of the country? You could carry it to the dump and dispose of it for no charge. There's no reason for it, Mr. President. And so the thing about that, not only is it an eyesore to look at, the concern that the physical development plan raises, Mr. President, is the impact on things like our groundwater supply. How do those things then affect groundwater supplies, and how do we treat to that? So yes, we look to the Barbados Water Authority and we look to the state for these kinds of resolution of problems, but there has to be an individual accountability as well. And I support those who call for the aggressive and the harshest of penalties being levied against those who engage in indiscriminate dumping and damaging our country's infrastructure. Now, as I move on, Mr. President, to speak about upgrades to infrastructure. Upgrades to infrastructure, we have heard the Minister with responsibility for water and the work being done in the Barbados Water Authority. I certainly, as a resident of St. George, look forward to the resolution of issues at the Bomilson Pumping Station, because when it rains, as it did over the last couple of days, every couple of weeks, the entire community is without water. And so people who don't have water tanks are affected for days at a time, including my household. But in those cases where people have tanks, they're able to manage. But I look forward, and we have heard from the Barbados Water Authority publicly, that they have a number of challenges, Mr. President. Our infrastructure for water mains and water pipes predate independence. They were laid by the then British Empire, and they have never been changed since. And the consequence of that, Mr. President, is that there has to be an investment now in changing out our mains infrastructure, which has begun, but it doesn't happen overnight. Equally, Mr. President, on the natural gas side, as Minister with responsibility for the National Petroleum Corporation, the same thing exists for gas. And in the same way that we're talking not just about the upgrading of infrastructure, and you have heard, again, the Minister with responsibility both for finance and public works, speaking about non-revenue water. I could speak about, in my case, non-revenue gas. And that simply means that you are losing water because the pipes are so old, or alternately, you are also losing gas because the pipes are so old. And so we have engaged since the last few years, Mr. President, on a pipeline infrastructure replacement project. Under the National Petroleum Corporation, we have Package A, what we call Package A, and Package B. Package A, Mr. President, refers to the areas specific to the Hastings area down to Rendezvous, all the way down to the Greater Bridgetown area, and then you have the Greater Bridgetown area all the way up to places like My Lord's Hill and Lickridge Village. Those projects, Mr. President, are 71.37% completed. Package B, in this instance, relates to the Greater Bridgetown area, and that is 82.6% completed. But you heard the areas that I just talked about, Mr. President. That's certainly Highway 7, Bridgetown area. That's a small swatch of land. We have also, as a cabinet, agreed, Mr. President, to a pipeline replacement project, or rather, it is a transmission pipeline in this instance, and it is going to be moved from its current location. I had the opportunity earlier in the year to go down and trace this particular pipeline with the National Petroleum Corporation's team. I went down into the gullies, down behind the Bell, My Lord's Hill area to be able to see where this pipeline infrastructure was, what has already been started, what has been completed, and what is yet to be done. This is pipeline infrastructure that is over 60 years old in some instances, Mr. President. And so we have started the process of looking at replacement. But what would you say if I told you at the same time, Mr. President, that the pipeline infrastructure from Woodbourne for natural gas that runs all the way down to the West Coast to service the hotels on the West Coast also runs all the way through that area in the Bell? What that means, Mr. President, is that all the way through the Bell, the transmission, not the distribution pipeline, the transmission pipeline runs to allow for gas to make its way down to the West Coast. We have to embark on infrastructure work in that area as well. But we've also agreed, Mr. President, that we will be developing a new capital works program that will allow for us to overall upgrade the infrastructure for gas in a broader cross-section of areas, Mr. President, because people want to have access to natural gas. And the infrastructure is old. The same thing applies to water, and that work has already begun. So this is very much a part of what the government is already doing to implement the infrastructural upgrades required under the physical development plan. Now, Mr. President, we're talking about infrastructure, we're talking about equipment, we're talking about what people do, but we also have to talk about people as central to this, and that is one of the central planks of the physical development plan. The physical development plan talks about how all of our development is going to position our people for the future we deserve. What is it that people are asking of their government that we are required to do? We've heard in the other place, and I believe here in this place as well, about the population study, the population commission, and what we are expecting. There have been those, Mr. President, who have spoken in the public place, and I saw in a recent report in the newspaper, I don't know where anyone ever heard the Honorable Prime Minister telling people to have more children. I have never heard the Honorable Prime Minister telling people to go and have more children at all. So I think it's important that people put things in context. I am sure what I heard the Prime Minister speaking about was the fact that we have had a stagnating population over many years. What I've heard the Prime Minister and others speaking about is the fact that the expectation captured in the physical development plan is that our population growth is expected to remain at 1% for the next 10 years, Mr. President. What I've heard people say as well is that our population is aging and we are not having as many births as we are having deaths. And so the death rate has outstripped the birth rate. And so with a growth projection of 1% over 10 years, we have a population challenge. But that must not be equated with the Prime Minister telling people to go and have more children. There are many ways of dealing with a population decline, and we have spoken about it on more than one occasion, including things relating to managed migration. Those are the kinds of things that we have heard on more than one occasion. So, what we have to be able to do, however, is to account for the patterns of our existing population. Housing. We've heard from the Ministry with responsibility for housing what the housing plan is supposed to look like. 10,000 houses over the next number of years. What does that look like? Access to housing for low-income families, making housing available by de-risking the investment by putting solar panels on the roof and then making sure the energy sector supports that. All of those are housing issues that have been put on the table to address the needs of the population as it exists. But there's more, Mr. President. We've also talked about mixed-use development. Where people live, they want to also recreate. So in the incorporation of green spaces, retail spaces, leisure spaces, Mr. President, provision for daycare, provision for early childhood education, all of those are things that now have to be accounted for in the way people settle. That is all covered, Mr. President, in the physical development plan of 2023. Then, beyond the National Center, we happen to be sitting right now in what we describe as a National Center, Bridgetown. How do we rehabilitate the city of Bridgetown? Now, we know that there are emerging cities that have shifted a lot of the business out of Bridgetown. I admit, and I've said it here before, I don't come into town unless I'm coming to Parliament for a joke, largely because there are many of us who opt to go to easier places where you don't have to walk and where you can park and just walk in and run back out. And so Bridgetown has been on the cards for a rehabilitation. There has been an extensive discussion around Bridgetown and signage, Bridgetown and mobility, Bridgetown and access for persons with disabilities. We will hear more about that in the course of this afternoon's debate. Bridgetown also, Mr. President, for access to retail. We've heard discussions on Bridgetown for residential development as well, people living again in the city of Bridgetown and what that looks like. All of those things are contemplated in the physical development plan. But beyond the city of Bridgetown and its development, whether it is pedestrianized or cars are able to drive through, or we have trams, Mr. President, all of those are considered, even as we talk about things like tourism development, but also Bridgetown for locals. But we have regional centers too, Mr. President. They're regional centers. What are those regional centers? If we were in a classroom and I were to ask the honorable members of this chamber to call them off, everybody would be able to call them off, Mr. President. Speightstown, Whole Town, Oystins, Six Roads, Warrens, Wildy is also emerging. But we also have Belle Plaine coming up. And the plan allows for emerging centers so that it is not exhaustive, but it is listed specifically. These are the centers that are listed, yes, including Belle Plaine, in the physical development plan. But then, Mr. President, we also have a number of local centers. And those local centers, because I was actually, Mr. President, going to say, well, all of these places are evolving. Well, what about the glebe? Senator Rogers, what about the glebe? But it is listed in the physical development plan as a local center. The local centers they have listed here in the plan are Eagle Hall, Hastings, Rockley, Worthing, Fitz Village, the glebe, St. Martin's, Coverley, Church Village. I never heard of this place before, but I heard it I saw it as I was reading the plan. Tamarind Hall in St. Joseph, Welchman Hall, and all the way up to St. Lucie, we have Mile and a Quarter and St. Lucie Parish Church, Mile and a Quarter is St. Peter and St. Lucie Parish Church. So there is a whole of government stretch from the center of the city, from Eagle Hall in St. Michael to St. Lucie Parish Church in St. Lucie, St. Peter locations, and in the center of the country as well. So these are meant to be developed as local centers, including for mixed-use development. Then, Mr. President, because 166 square miles is simply just 166 square miles at the end of the day. And so you have national center in the middle of Bridgetown, middle of the city. You have regional centers, you have local centers. But if anybody remembers during 2021, when we had the ashfall, things that we would like to forget. For 6 days, because the international airport had to close because of ashfall, Barbados was cut off from the rest of the world to air traffic. But there are two international gateways that are identified as international gateway nodes in the physical development plan. The two obvious ones, the Grantley Adams International Airport and the Bridgetown Port, Mr. President. Now, the Bridgetown Port is important, and I want to spend a moment on these two, both of which I have had some responsibility for at different times, as chairman of the port, as minister with responsibility for the port, and as minister with responsibility for the airport. In 2020, I left the Bridgetown Port as chairman, and left the Bridgetown Port as chairman and joined the ministry in July of 2020. At that time, Mr. President, the port we'd spent, I believe, several months in collaboration with a firm out of Canada with whom we had worked, Bermila, I think it's Bermila and Armilo, and they did a master plan for the port, a 10-year master plan. We then also had a business plan for 5 years. That 2020 business plan and master plan mapped out, Mr. President, over $1 billion worth in investment expansion for the infrastructure that was the Bridgetown Port. That was what we did in 2020. We, at the time, also in step with what the country was doing nationally, blue economy, the green economy, refashioned the vision for the Bridgetown Port to be the most innovative blue port, green port in the world by 2030. That was what we established was our vision. And so we set about looking at how to expand the infrastructure of the port, how to become more of a transshipment hub, how to expand the port facilities, how to be able to ensure that your infrastructure was fit for purpose in the 2020 incarnation. Now in 2023, the Prime Minister has advised and has announced that the port, I think her language was, if Grantley Adams were to come back and see the Bridgetown Port today, it would look identical to how he first left it. But you know, she's trying to make the point that it's time for us to update it. Yes. So we're trying to update it. We're trying to update the port, and the Honorable Minister with responsibility for the port, the Minister of Tourism and International Transport, is, along with the team at the port, leading that contemporary version. Government is a continuum. We make sure that we follow on from where we left off. And so the expectation that both the GAIA, which Prime Minister has announced very recently, we hope to be in a position to close off the PPA, and the Bridgetown Port are expected to be those international gateway nodes for international transportation. They're contemplated in the document that is before us, Mr. President. But then, because everything must be local, there are community components of this plan. There's an entire section, Mr. President, Part A of the document speaks to the overall macro framework, and this entire section speaks about community plans. The entire Part B is about community. What are we talking about when we speak about communities, Mr. President? Urban and rural development is contemplated in this document. We have, for example, urban and rural development or urban and rural development design. We're talking about what happens in Bridgetown. We're talking about what happens in other communities. We're talking about things like community consultation and community engagement. We're talking about encouraging communities to come out and to help frame what their communities must look like. We're talking about mixed-use development. We're talking about how the heritage of our country at the community level is incorporated in what those communities are designed to do. So, macro-level framing, Mr. President, based on international studies, national-level framing based on national work that has been done, community-level framing, Mr. President, that focuses on how communities see themselves, and individual-level framing that focuses on how people see themselves. That is what is contained, Mr. President, within the framework of the physical development plan. I want to speak, obviously, on an element that is important to me, which is the energy transition. We have contained within this document an entire section which speaks about renewable energy and energy conservation. It speaks, Mr. President, about how we're going to use our resources for the purpose of renewable energy development. Last week, in this honorable chamber, I took the time and I spoke in great detail about the energy sector and its transformation. I spoke about the future outlook for the energy sector. I spoke about where we were. I talked about the excess volume, the surplus volume of solar PV in our pipeline relative to what we needed to have in terms of storage. I talked about all of that. I am sure I also said last week that we have an abundance of solar PV, in fact, an excess in solar PV, but we have very little wind. I talked about, as I was going to those corridors in St. John, less than 2 megawatts in 2 plants for wind farms, and that we had just completed the negotiations for Lamberts and Castle for between 30 to 50 megawatts. But, Mr. President, what I also can say in the context of this discussion, and it is contemplated within the energy plan, the energy section of the physical development plan, is that the country will then be mapped out to determine what types of development will be best suited where. There's a reason why Lamberts has been on the cards for an extended period of time for wind. And that may be entirely different to what would obtain in, let's say, a St. Philip, or what would obtain certainly in a St. Michael, because the setbacks established by the Town and Country Planning Department for wind, 300 meters or so I think it is from roads, is so extensive that it limits where you could put wind. And these masts are meant to be 80 meters long. Once upon a time, they used to be 40 meters tall. Now, you double the size or double the height in order to capture the wind. So we will be, as a Ministry of Energy as well, and we've already done some work on it. We're going to be updating that work, mapping the country to establish where would the different types of RE that will be contained in our updated integrated resource plan best be located. But we've also looked at a couple of things, Mr. President, that are relevant to what is contained in the plan on renewable energy and conservation. There are a couple of things that I want to draw your attention to, Mr. President. We've talked about things ranging from industrial use and industrial and commercial use of energy. We talked about residential use of energy. We've talked about how it is meant to be conserved. We've talked also about the transportation sector. And on the energy side, we have been able to rationalize all of these things within our own planning for how the sector is meant to contribute to physical development and infrastructural transformation. I want to give you some numbers in terms of energy demand and its projections. This is also captured in terms of what the Ministry of Energy is required to do in the physical development plan. In 2020, Mr. President, residential demand for energy was somewhere around 365. I'm just going to give you raw numbers. Commercial demand was 656. In 2030, it is projected that 265 would increase to 387 in the residential space and 733 in the commercial space. By 2040, it is expected that residential demand will peak at 402 and commercial demand 792 megawatts. This is what is projected all the way out to 2040. Now, if I connect this with the physical development plan, and I begin to rationalize our public sector investment plan, the expansion of residential housing, the expansion of industry, the development of light industry and light manufacturing, and the evolution of our transportation sector for mobility, then we start to see exactly where our efforts should be placed. And as a ministry, we are committed to ensuring that we are able to project and to forecast what the needs of the country will be. But because I started, Mr. President, by speaking about the fact that we have 400 times our ocean space than our land space, I had to speak about our offshore space, Mr. President. We have legislation that governs what Barbados does in the offshore. We are also looking, as I speak, at the development not just of wind onshore, but studying the potential for wind offshore. We already know that onshore wind is easier to manage, and so we started with that Lessons learned will be developed on the basis of what we are able to amass in terms of experience. But the next phase will be looking at what are the possibilities for offshore wind. So, Mr. President, that brings me to, I want to make sure I keep within the framework of a high-level overview of the PDP to give room for the colleagues to get into the detailed specifics, and I will, of course, as you know, have an opportunity to wrap up on anything that is missing. There's an important component that is also in there, Mr. President, and I think all of us have spoken about this on more than one occasion. In every sector in this country and across this region, there's a term that we use all the time. Great plans, great policies, great programs, always a roadmap. What was missing? Implementation. We have an implementation deficit, and I think all of us are tired of it. I think all of us want to be able to put in the work, put in the effort, and to see it executed. And so there is a dedicated implementation plan that is captured in this document. Now, the implementation plan is quite detailed. It talks about what the role of the plan is, and it breaks down something that is very important to every developer and every homeowner and every Barbadian in this country: the development approval process. How do we go about approving developments in the built environment? If you want to build a house, if you want to expand a house, and for energy, the use of assessments for the different locations where we want to put different types of energy. That's why, Mr. President, there is a section in here in this paper, in this report, section 5.3 of the document, which talks about the importance of impact assessments being used. And there are a number of impact assessments that are contemplated in this document that are multi-sectoral. The first one is the one that we talk about most often, an environmental impact assessment. But because we're in Ocean State again, Mr. President, there is a marine impact assessment. Because we talked about food and sustainability and healthy communities, there is an agricultural impact assessment. How do we use land for residential versus agricultural purposes? How do we protect the groundwater supplies? How do we deal with issues like zones? What is appropriate and what is fit for what purpose? So there's an agricultural impact assessment. There's a transportation impact assessment, Mr. President. When we talk about the cars in the country and roads being used, the other day, Mr. President, we had Spikestone in St. Peter, earmarked for redevelopment in terms of how traffic would flow. The traffic planners, who are the technically trained specialists, and for some it may seem as though it's obvious because in hindsight 2020, it seems easy if you're not the one doing it, but the traffic planners, they spent time modeling how traffic flows, and they made recommendations. And because we are a government that listens, they made the recommendations, made the changes, and then they had to consult with the community on how it was implemented, and they had to make further tweaks. There's nothing wrong with that, because unless you're Jesus Christ, it's never going to be perfect to begin with, right? So that's what they ended up working on, Mr. President, and we have seen the impact of traffic flows in Bridgetown when we are going to official events oftentimes, or even shows. Anytime you go to Friday Hill for a show, soca on the hill, reggae on the hill, all of them shows is park and ride, because traffic. How do people move? How do you manage with the buses and events and people parking and those kinds of things? So there's a transportation impact assessment included in the document. This is all important, Mr. President, in every single sector. A national hazard impact assessment is also included. I was surprised, I must confess, that certainly when I was in the tourism sector, that you had redundancies for perhaps generation. You may have generators, but we didn't have redundancies for water sometimes. And when water went or when electricity went, a lot of large businesses did not have a redundancy. Even as we planned for natural gas replacement onto the West Coast, most of the places, that same transmission pipeline services the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. If for whatever reason that pipeline is taken offline, the QEH has a redundancy. It services other major installations and they have redundancies, but the West Coast does not. So how do we prepare not just for outages, but for natural disasters? In the event that, God forbid, we have a climate issue, we have a hurricane, or we have some kind of problem, Mr. President, what is the recovery time of our major installations for electricity, for water, and yes, also for gas? Do we have, the document that you have before you is reflective of a government that continues at all times to be driven by the principles of public engagement, stakeholder engagement, the receipt of inputs from technical professionals and people who live in the spaces. I believe also, Mr. President, that those persons who live in communities, it is inbuilt in the plan that those persons who are living in communities will have an opportunity to weigh in on how they want their communities to be developed. And I believe the members of parliament, again, from my own part on Lamberts, one of the inherent projects that we have inbuilt into the wind farm is an interpretation center that is built on the involvement of the community. The same thing applies in the hydrogen project in Harrows in St. Philip, because you have to bring people along, you have to create not just jobs, but people have to have a say in how their communities evolve. But here's what is also a part of what we're doing, Mr. President, for this physical development plan and everything else that we do, Mr. President. You know, there are those times where well-meaning experts come into a community and they flag, this is what we want to do and this is what the study tells us, but there's something that is intangible about local knowledge. People who get up, for example, in places like beach coastal areas and so on, who have lived in communities, born, raised, bred all their lives, and they have seen how the communities have evolved over time. Local knowledge cannot be removed at all. And so a government who enshrines in a development plan the engagement of people at the community level and not just at the high level is a government that is committed to the development of people and people-centered growth. This is the very high-level overview of this plan, Mr. President. It is a resolution, and I want to be able to have an opportunity over the course of the coming hours to get into the details and the weeds of the plan. And I'm looking forward to all of the contributions from the honorable members, and I will do my best, as always, on closing, to address any things that I have not dealt with upfront or queries that have been asked. And with these few words, Mr. President, I beg to move that this resolution do now pass.
Thank you, Senator Cummings. Senator Maldo.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to the Leader of Government Business for giving us such a comprehensive and detailed presentation. I can skip page 1. No, before I do that, let me also add a couple of things on here, but I will go quickly because I understand that I stand between the chamber and Father Christmas, I believe. But this comprehensive document, as the Senator has said, has been prepared and has had significant contributions. And I've looked at the list of names, my opportunity to read this, and many of these people I know as extremely good, hardworking, good Barbadians doing the best for them, whether it be the government-led team, the consultant team from the private sector, all of them. This is not a plan, Mr. President, that I am going to be able to, I don't have the expertise to question, and this is an excellent plan. And as the Senator has said, Barbados is way ahead in this physical development plan in our region. I have the opportunity to operate in the real estate field in many other countries around CARICOM, and no one has a document like this. No one has a guiding star like this, and I'm very pleased that it has been revised. Now, a couple of things, though, I would like to say. This document is a long-term document in nature. It is not and should never be part of even a political cycle, which can be up to 5 years. It is not even a generational cycle, Mr. President. The issues that this plan addresses is multi-generational. Examples of that are many that the Senator has spoken of. It's the water system, the agriculture, food system. One I'm going to come back to, windows to the sea and access to the beach. which is not mentioned in as much as I would like it to be done. The other thing about this plan, though, that is interesting is to recognize it from a commercial point of view, that the impact that it can have, and recognize that what I said is I am not questioning the plan. I just want us to recognize the impact that it can have from a commercial point of view, because when the plan changes and a parcel of land that previously could be used for one thing and can no longer be used for that, it can have a significant impact upon the value of that land. And similarly, if you are allowed to do something next door to one place, it can have either a positive or a negative impact on places surrounding it. So the plan, it is multi-generational, it is long-term in nature, it needs to be thought very, very carefully, which I believe it has been done so, and it has significant commercial impacts. The substantive legislation, though this plan refers to or is guided by, is the Planning and Development Act of 2019. And I'd just like to make 6 brief comments with things that I would have liked to have seen either more emphasis on or some consideration to. And I'm going to start with what used to be called by Reverend Hatch on the call-in shows when I was a small lad, windows to the sea. And today, unfortunately, we no longer have windows to the sea. But what I'd like to mention is the parking and the access to the beach. And I was hopeful in looking at this plan that I would have seen some areas where we recognize that we have access to the beach, but in effect we don't, because there is nowhere to actually park or, you know, get there with your picnic basket, your cooler, whatever it might be, and then get down to the beach. So in effect, you can't really get there. And before this goes too far, I wish I had listened to Reverend Hatch, and sorry to mention his name twice, but really and truly, he was way ahead of his time with what he was saying. And I regret that we did not recognize what, and take more action. I hope that we will take action. And I want to say that I have heard many times from the leader of government business and other people on the other side that this government is willing to always come back, Mr. President, and revisit these things quickly. In fact, I think it was in our, quite recently, we revisited a piece of legislation that was passed in this sitting. So we can revisit things very quickly, Mr. President. So I'm hoping that the 5, 6 areas that I talked to here, we could revisit really quickly. Number 1, the parking access to the beach. Number 2, sir, I don't need to remind anyone in this chamber and anyone who can hear my voice of the issue that we have with drainage, given the changing weather patterns, the development that has happened, and perhaps other issues which are created by ourselves. Maybe it is littering, maybe it is blocking gullies, maybe it is illegal development. I don't know what the reasons are, but certainly I am glad I drive a truck, sir, because over the last few days, the amount of places I had to drive through that had 8, 10, 12, 14 inches of water. We have an issue we have to deal with. And I'm glad that this plan speaks to it, but I wish it had gone one step further on a matter I've spoken on before, which is the maintenance of our suck wells. I have suggested before, and I would like to call and suggest again to the government, that they find a mechanism to incentivize the maintenance and upkeep of suck wells. Too many of them get very full very quickly, they overflow, and we have flooding. That has a knock-on effect. It causes erosion, our roads get damaged, our properties get damaged, the water ends up in the ocean rather than in our aquifer. This is a problem that can be fixed. It can be fixed very, very simply. Simply incentivize private landowners who have suck wells to maintain them. My suggestion previously, and I put it back to the government again, is to find tax incentives that if you have a well that is well maintained, excuse the pun unintended, that if it is well maintained and it has a certificate that says it is done so, that you get some benefit, some discount on your tax. Item number 3, the coastal plan. I was hoping that we would see, Mr. President, a fundamental integrated plan for the entire West Coast and the South Coast. I was hoping that we would see a mechanism that private investment could participate in getting pieces of it done. What I am seeing happen today, and it has gotten better, I will give him that, but what I am seeing today is individuals trying to solve individual problems on the coast that has knock-on effects to other people, and that is not a good thing. I would have preferred to see a mechanism whereby there was a plan that all who wanted to do something at their property could contribute by building a piece of it. And over time, we would then have built out the entire plan, some with public money, some with private money. Fourthly, I would like to speak about the population in a different direction, perhaps, than the Honourable Senator. I pulled some data from the United Nations report. In 1950, Barbados had 211,000 people. In the brilliant year of 1964, when I was born, there was 237,000 people, more or less. 2000, we had grown to 265,000. In 2023, we're reported to have 282,000 people. Interestingly, the United Nations believe that by the year 2050, our population will have fallen to 268,000 people, sir. I mentioned those statistics because I wanted to mention something else. I researched and got some information from the Ministry of Housing, and I got some similar information from the Barbados Revenue Authority. And the question I asked, and why it relates to this physical development plan, is I asked the question, how many vacant residential lots do we have in Barbados? Mr. President, it came as an astounding number to me to find out that those two ministries both agreed that there was in the region of, in fact, I shouldn't say in the region of, they agreed that there are 35,377 vacant residential properties in Barbados. Sorry, in case you didn't hear me, I'll say it again. 35,377 vacant residential properties. 15,000 of those are unoccupied built properties, and 20,000 are vacant residential lots. That came as a great surprise. I was aware of the vacant residential lots. I was not aware of the unoccupied residential properties. But what that means is that 30% of our entire residential stock is either vacant or unoccupied. What does that mean? I'll tell you what it means for me is we don't need at this point to rush to subdivide any more land. We can take a pause. It is a time to be very careful and let us utilize what has already been taken out of agriculture use for residential purposes. Let us get this back going. Let us fill this. Let us fill these unoccupied. Now, the government has done a very good job over successive governments of making it punitive to hold an undeveloped residential lot. The taxation on an undeveloped residential lot is much higher percentage-wise than it is on a residential developed lot, and that is a good thing. I think we need to continue down that line, and I might suggest various remedies, but I'm asking for the government to look at this again and see how we can address this. Fifth, the speed of operation. Again, the Honourable Senator has mentioned this. I'm very, very pleased to hear that the question is asked, what is the mischief you are trying to correct? I hope I got that quote correctly. And I understand, though, that it's not always mischief. I believe I'm hearing from many of these same people who crafted this plan that we have a shortage of human resources within the planning department. We need more people. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and that is partially responsible for the delay. However, I would like to see, and I would like to suggest, that we should at least have some service delivery benchmarks when it comes to the development in Barbados. Mr. President, foreign direct investment, as well as the investment amongst locally, is a lot driven by the development, residential, commercial, tourism, all of these various things. We cannot have friction in the system. When you have willing investors and there is employment to be had, there's activity to be had, but there is some bureaucracy or lack of people to do it, not a lack of will maybe, a lack of people to do it, and it is held up. And I want to focus just on one part of that process, because it's not just granting the permission, Mr. President. We have the physical development plan. It's in policy or it's not in policy. You can go fairly quickly on these things. If you address the 20,000 already subdivided residential lots, and Mr. President, let me point out one other thing about this. When we agree to subdivide a parcel of land for residential purposes, and many services are consequential to that. The Barbados Water Authority has to lay pipes to service those lots, sir. They're expecting to get customers. When we subdivide residential land and we lay pipes in it, and those pipes don't lead to a house, that pipes are not being used in any way, it's creating a bit of an interesting situation in the system where you have water being pumped to nowhere. That's stagnant within the system. And the BWA has talked a little bit about this, but I just want to say, be careful on us developing all of this infrastructure so that the lots can stay idle for 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, frankly. But the last part of the operation of the Department of Planning, can't get the name right, just like you, Senator Cummings, I still go back to town and country planning. But the last part of it I want to speak to specifically is the certificate of compliance. That part of it is really where I would ask the question that you asked: what is the mischief you are trying to correct? Because what is happening here is that a parcel of land gets subdivided for whatever use. You get a plan that is approved. You get a developer who builds what is on that plan in the vast majority of cases. And there is a simple inspection to be done, or maybe a complicated inspection, but an inspection to be done, and then a certificate of compliance to be issued. That certificate of compliance triggers significant legal documentation. It means you can get a mortgage. It means many, many different things it means. But without it, it drives the cost, Mr. President, of development up for no good reason. There is no additional value. The land is already subdivided. The house is already built. Nothing is happening with it. So when the Senator is focusing, the Honourable Senator is focusing on the speed of operation, and when government looks back at this, I hope that they will look to create some service delivery benchmarks in there within this physical development plan, which tells us very specifically, plot by plot, very well thought out, excellent document, what can be done. Let us take all the friction that we can out of this. My last point, sir, is going to deal with Section 33 of the Underlying Planning and Development Act. And again, I just remind the Honourable Senators that I am relying on governments. Many times they've said to us, we're willing to come back and revisit these things, and we're willing to do it quickly because we can't get everything perfectly the first time. Section 33 of the Underlying Act deals with the refusal of applications being referred to the Minister. Now, this physical development plan, as with many of the others before, you will remember, sir, at the start I said, this is a multi-generational document. This is a document that's been thought out very, very carefully. All of these, I mean, I didn't count it, but over 50 people, former planners, current planners, consultants, everyone has said, this is what is right for Barbados. And we're going to pass this here today. It's going to get my vote, sir, to pass it. My question is, when you want to vary from that document, should there not be at least an equivalent process that says in a transparent way why you are varying from it? Now, I am not questioning the need to vary from it. Please don't anybody say that I'm questioning that. I know that there are times when there are things that we need to get done which were not contemplated when the document was written, or that things that change. Photovoltaic, wind energy, battery storage, all that is great examples of where we needed to make a change and we needed it quickly. All I'm asking for is transparency, sir, that when a change of use for a parcel of land is being made outside of what is specified within the physical development plan, there should be at least an equivalent process that there was when the plan was created. Perhaps it's a 30-day consultative process where you can see and the minister can say the reasoning for it. They can lay out why it's in the country's interest to vary what's from the plan, and we can all see it. But to leave Section 33 of the Act the way it is, I don't particularly think is the right thing to do, because it is then varies from what we talked about, and we all agreed, and I saw the nodding heads around the room. This is a multi-generational plan that should not be able to be changed on the whim of fancy. So, I'm not suggesting that it ever was. Don't want anybody to say it was. I just want to remove the possibility of that. So, Mr. President, I have tried to speak quickly. I've tried to speak succinctly. I think I have I've mentioned everything I wanted to say. I have said I support the plan. I shall vote in favor of it. I do hope that the road infrastructure will be dealt with. It's these heavy rains and our poor roads. It's difficult. I had occasion today to travel in some of the high tourist areas where we have some very high value tourists coming to visit us. And I'm very disappointed when I see like the South Coast Road and where our tourists travel a lot on, and the roads are really in bad condition. It's not putting our best foot forward. And I do hope that we can accelerate that capital works infrastructure program, which obviously is part of what this is all about. So with those 6 points plus about the road, sir, I support this plan and I'm obliged to.
Thank you very much, Senator Malado. Who's next? Speakers? Senator Dr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to try this time. I have to say, this is a huge document. I was having a good time reading it, but it has been a task. I have to admit, part of the reason I was having a good time reading it is that it took me back to when I did my first degree some time ago, which was in development studies. And although I did focus on sociology, politics, economics, that element of development studies, we had to do some of the part I liked least, which was the planning, urban planning. That was part of it, but not my favorite, so I did not specialize in it. But it was really interesting to have a chance to go back to this area. It has been quite instructive to see how detailed Barbados has been in formulating a plan, a physical development plan. It's very detailed. What has also been something that occurred to me, I tried to look back at previous plans, the ones I could get my hands on, is that Barbados has done a very good job of planning, development planning in general over time. And I was able to find the physical development plan as amended in 1986. And quite an interesting document as well. And looking at some of the maps in there, we can really see the progression from what was laid out in that plan to what we have now. So it does not appear as if, sometimes it feels that way, and maybe there is an element of this in Barbados, that things feel haphazard, but this is not completely the case when you look at this progression. If you look back at those documents, I didn't get a chance to look at all because this is quite a large document. One of the things that also occurred to me, Mr. President, is just thinking back again to development studies, this first degree that I did, the way in which, although, I was a teenager into early 20s, so I focused on what I want to focus on. But there's a reason why there were all of these things incorporated in an area of study such as that. Because you can't really do this kind of spatial planning, infrastructural planning, etc., without thinking about sociological concerns, society, without thinking about the economy, the kinds of economic activities anticipated and the like, without the political context in which all of this has to occur. But, I focus on what I focus on, it's one to focus on. But you can see the logic, because these things are very much interconnected. And if we look at the evolution of these planning documents, you can see the way in which thinking in the area of development, as it has moved quite a ways from the 1970s to the present, you can see that reflected in this document as well. So some of the things such as incorporating people more, participation, consultation, that comes out in the document. The environmental focus in a particular way, sustainable development, you can see this development from at least the one I was able to access in 1986, which would have been just on the cusp of this kind of focus as well to the present. So as I said, I really quite enjoyed the document as I read through it, tried my best to read through it. I didn't read everything in depth, some parts in depth, some I skimmed. But what I found is, as I had questions, I later found that the questions were addressed as well. So it was also a quite thorough document. Nobody expects it to be perfect, but I think it was and is quite a thorough document. Now, to Senator Malalu's point about these documents having to have a lifespan that allows them to actually do what they're supposed to do. When I saw that we were addressing this, I did have a question in my mind, which was why already? And of course, we know that things will happen and things will change. But the last of these plans was 2017. This particular plan asks that we keep it in place for at least 10 years to allow it to work. And this was not the case with the 2017 plan, which I'm going to say is not a political document in my estimation. Those persons who are employed to work on this physical development plan, these are professionals. We have consultants that are coming from Canada and who then incorporate other consultants. There are local people who are used in this. I do not really see this as something that was politicized or is currently politicized, except I could say for maybe some of the adjustments that are quite specific to the current government's emphasis, such as, let's say, the roofs to reef, right? That's very specific, the invocation of this term, et cetera, that we find in this document is quite specific to this administration. But the climate change emphasis was in the previous document. I can't really say that there was blue economy in there, so you can see that adjustment. However, the point I'm trying to make is that I think it was a little bit of a quick amendment from 2017. There are things in it that I think certainly are valuable, and it is good to see. But again, I think these kinds of plans have to really have a chance to work. It's not bad. It's not as if the plan was in existence for 2 years and then it was reversed. Because from 2017 to now, it's what, 7 years? 6 years? So not bad. A little short of 10 years. But these things, I think, need some time to develop themselves. So one of the things that stands out when we look at development plans, development planning in general, is the purpose. What's the purpose of doing this? Why are we doing this? And I think it is quite fair to say that the emphasis of Barbados, despite much of the inclusion of sustainable development, climate change, heritage, the focus continues to be on modernization and growth. This is not necessarily bad, not necessarily, but I think this continues to be the emphasis of development planning. It's a continuation of this, modernization and growth. But I think that we also have to keep in mind that there's a downside to this kind of modernization emphasis. And I am not by any means saying that we need to be stuck in the past. What I'm saying is that the emphasis, this kind of heavier emphasis on a modernization and growth thrust, we have to think of the other side of this. All right, this is good. I think the plan really does try to temper that with other things, but there are still some philosophical areas for me that raise some concern. So I'm going to attempt, as I said, this is really a try for me, because it is a huge, huge document, and there's so much in it. I have to try and be selective. So I'm going to start, I picked out agriculture, climate, tourism, heritage as the key areas of focus for me. Senator Dr. Brathwaite is not here. He has not been particularly well recently, and I have wished him the best, and I can do so publicly here, but I'm drawing inspiration from him. So when I was looking at this, I was saying, what would Dr. Brathwaite say? What would Dr. Brathwaite say? You know what he's going to say. He's going to talk about food, not that part. He's going to talk about food security, agricultural development. And of course, this plan includes an emphasis on preserving lands for agriculture. It does. We have to ensure that we deal with things such as our food import bill. We have to ensure that we provide healthy and affordable foods for our people, and also that we generate the kinds of activities, economic activities related to agriculture that can be beneficial. That's modernization and growth emphasis, right? So modernization and growth emphasis will say one of the important reasons for us to invest in agriculture, it can be lucrative, etc. And then the trickle down from that is you get healthy food and all the rest of these things, right? Create jobs, all of that. But while there is an emphasis on preserving agricultural lands, and this plan includes an emphasis on having relatively strict provisions for change of use for agricultural land. What I am not seeing in this plan that I would have liked to have seen, which speaks to, so this is a physical plan, right? But it's not just speaking about physical things. It is speaking about other things that the government of Barbados is attempting to do for development as a whole for Barbados. So what I'm not seeing is the enticement or the encouragement for agriculture. So we have the preservation of lands, but these agricultural areas have not been set aside as some of these key areas for investment or reinvestment. And yes, we can say, let the market decide. But if the market is deciding, people can sell some clothes in town, and exactly here, fingernails, car parts, exactly, all of the beauty things, the things to make your car look nice. If the market is deciding in certain areas, and we know that something like agriculture and food security is critical to Barbados. There's a health element in this plan, and to connect these things, I think there needs to be more, and as I said, this is a physical development plan, so it's not necessarily talking about the government's agricultural policy. But there are parts of the plan that talk about key areas that the government is seeking to encourage investment so that we can get what is in the plan to become a reality. So just saying that this land is preserved for agricultural purposes does not mean that agriculture is going to occur or at the level that we require. Something else, I believe, needs to be done to ensure that we do have the level, the type of production that we require for this country to address food security, to address health, to address our food import bill, that can make use of technology, that draws in young people and provides avenues for productive employment, use of the time as well, so that they're not up to lawlessness, all sorts of things that can assist with the social element that one expects can come from this plan. So that's one part, that's the agriculture part. The next part I come to is the climate crisis. Climate change, climate crisis. Senator Cummins has said it, you know. Prime Minister has been up and down the world, all over, talking about it. And we are happy that it is focal. And there are provisions in this document that speak about things such as you have to have an environmental impact assessment, these assessments for hazards as well. There is emphasis on natural heritage and preserving and ensuring this natural heritage that feeds into the emphasis on climate change, climate crisis. This is the adaptation part in particular. But then, Mr. President, when I look at, there's some areas in Bridgetown, if you look at the map, that have asterisks on them. And those are these parts of Bridgetown that we are supposed to expect towers to be built. And when you look at them, they're all along the coastline, Bay Street area going up. And it just made me wonder, and there are provisions in there that say things such as when you're building in these kinds of areas, this is within the 100-year flood zone, the plan says. So if you're building within that zone, there are special requirements that are in place. You have to have your impact assessments and all the rest of it. And also, there should be no residential on the lower floors. So you don't want the people on the ground floor to get flooded out then. So you have store, you can flood out the stores and things, but not the people on the bottom floor. You would have these at higher floors. But I still wonder, Mr. President, about the wisdom of this, considering that we know some of the perils of climate change. I'm not saying that the buildings will necessarily be destroyed, but we have sea level rise predictions. I hope that there are things that are planned, perhaps with Coastal Zone Management Unit, to do things. I don't know if we plan to put up some kind of, I went to a seminar that talked about doing things such as creating seawalls that are not evidently seawalls. So they're built as boardwalks, but they're really seawalls kind of disguised as boardwalks. Yeah? So it is a seawall is the height, and then you have the boardwalk on top so people can walk and enjoy themselves, and it's not like some wall you just gotta be peeping over. So these predictions may lead us to think that there is a point at which we may lose some of that beachfront, and these properties might be in the water or right on the water. And while I'm not saying that, or having to use the buses that they have, or taxis for other things, they're managing to see them on the bicycles again. Because I suspect that they, when they got to doing this, they realize that this isn't a place to be on a bicycle. So this is one thing that I would have loved to have seen if we were thinking about how we want to develop Barbados as a more sustainable place for the future. It's not just about electric vehicles, but also the other ways that we can move from place to place. And it doesn't have to always be your main mode of transportation. It may be that if you're going somewhere that is relatively accessible, an easy distance from your home or your current location, you could decide to walk or get on a bicycle if it was easy to do so. You may not feel motivated to pick up your car to go every single place. This, of course, is if you don't mind being hot or get wet by rain and all the rest. 5 minutes, okay. There are two more areas, Mr. President. One of them, some people might think is a little eccentric or something, but this is in the area of heritage. And I was pleased to see that in the historical discussions in the document, there was emphasis on what the document called Amerindians, this part of our heritage in Barbados. And throughout, so I noted the settlements highlighted in the document in Bridgetown, Speightstown, Oistins, Bathsheba, and that there would be emphasis placed on having what is called interpretive signage. I'm not sure what that is, but it's something, some kind of signage to let us know about the history of the people who were here before, as the history book they had in school talked about, people who came before the rest of us, right? People who came with colonization. I think this is an excellent idea to have this focus. I think it is excellent because one of the things I remember learning in school, and I hope they do not teach this in schools anymore, is that when Barbados was settled, it was vacant. There was nobody here, there was nothing here, it was just like free land. You could come in. So, so the people who came, just came and did whatever they needed to do. This is a really important correction, I believe, to our history. But I also had the pleasure over the last year to be invited to sit on a committee that I believe I had no right sitting on, but I said yes. And it was a committee on Indigenous Justice in the International Studies Association. And I learned so much in this committee. This committee made me see how truly ignorant I was about not the people who came, the people that were here already. We know about the people that came, right? But the ones who were here before the rest that came. And honestly, I was blown away by the amount that I did not know. The amount that I did not know. So what I want to say here is that I hope that these signs, this signage, and also the Hillcrest Amerindian Interpretive Center. This interpretive thing has me a little confused. I don't know, was interpretive signage or was it an interpretive center. But I really hope that this goes beyond giving us a kind of story that there were these people that they came on the boat from Venezuela and they used to be moving around. This is the Caribs. This is a story. I hope we don't get a story. Bear with me a minute. I hope we actually get a deep and meaningful history about the violence and the violations that occurred so that those people were not here and that this was apparently a vacant place. This is a critical part of our heritage. We focus a lot on ourselves when we talk about things like reparation, without recognizing that there are other people who lived in Barbados, lived in this region, that were done so much damage, but also contributed so much to making the Caribbean, to making this area. That I hope that there is a really deep treatment of this history and not just signage that said there was a settlement here. There are other things in this document that I hope there's deep treatment of as well, several burial grounds and so on that I did not even know. We were just walking over people that, should be treated with, areas that should be treated, I think, with a level of reverence. And I hope that we do treat this with a level of reverence as well. Because this is a very tragic story of the indigenous people, what we call in this document Amerindians. And I hope that such people from across the region and those who may be left in Barbados are going to be able to really contribute to making this a reality. Not just the siting, not just the location, but in ensuring that we have some depth to this. Final point, Mr. President, and this has to do with something that always comes into my mind when I deal with development, in Barbados, across the Caribbean, because we are a tourist place. We market ourselves as a tourist place. You see the ads in other places, it's beautiful. The place is beautiful in truth. And this is how we present ourselves to the world, the branding, etc. But I'm very conscious of the Disneyization that occurs in development and that occurs in planning, physical planning, urban planning. When we talk about heritage preservation, historical preservation, development, I do not wish that we do this in a Disneyized way. What does that mean? in a way that presents a facade, a sanitized version of Barbados. Our aspiration is not to present some place that is beautiful and offers an image to the visitors, to those who are here, of Barbados as some kind of place where people are smiling and dancing every day, here to serve their every wish. That does not present this sanitized version of our history, as I was talking about, Indigenous people. Does not present this sanitized story when we have all of these heritage sites to preserve, many of which are highly colonial plantations. Bad things went on there, really bad things. The churches. I'm not saying that we want to make this place sound like it was a torture chamber, although it was for many. It was. It was not a place of luxury. Yes, it had beautiful beaches and things, but it was torturous. So I hope that we do not participate in something that is not just a Caribbean trend, but is seen as going hand in hand with globalization. Some authors call it the Mac Disneyfication. I like that one. Combination of McDonaldization and Disneyfication, where we have these images that are presented so that even labor is presented to the world as not labor. We are happy to be here working overtime and can't get a bus home at midnight when we finish our shift at the hotel. We're happy, right? And there's no transportation at night. So, some of the things that we see in the physical environment, in the built environment, are reflections of our reality. They're reflections of where we are in our actual development, not just what we want to present to the world. So if we have areas that look dirty, that they don't look presentable, and they're in the city that we want to market, we have areas that they look impoverished, and they're along the Platinum Coast, it is because, guess what? That exists in Barbados. And as much as you pave the road and you put a lifestyle center, it is still going to exist in Barbados. And I hope that, Mr. President, in closing, I hope that we focus not just on the physical plan of how we want Barbados to look, how we want the land use to be, but we also think about the other areas, social issues, issues related to, yes, poverty, inequality, social dislocation, disenfranchisement that people feel that show themselves up in our built environment, homelessness. And we do not just seek to move away the people and these things that are unsightly so that this lives up to the physical plan, the expectation in the physical plan, that we actually go deeper and make meaningful efforts to address these very serious and persistent social problems in Barbados. Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Hines. Senator Harewood.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I must say that I rise to support this particular fiscal development plan. I'm intrigued by the discussions that went before me, all of them, sir. I believe I've learned quite a bit, and I've come to the conclusion that this is being received as something that is very valuable for Barbados. And similar to previous speakers as well, sir, I do miss the presence of Senator Brathwaite. And I did ask myself as well, what would he say if he were here? And I found some answers by way of the incentives, sir, provided in this fiscal development plan as far as agriculture is concerned. Particularly when we look at page 40, which focuses very briefly on the value added, sir, and it reinforces the commitment of the government to, and I can read it, sir, it says to maintain and improving transportation access, providing drainage, planning for cooperative infrastructure. You may not find the level of detail as per the 1986 document that focused on manufacturing, because, and I do understand that times would have changed from 1986 to now, and manufacturing might have been a more prominent industry at that time. And we haven't diluted it, but other industries have also risen, sir. I also want to begin by asking the question, sir, what is a physical development plan? What is a physical development plan? Is it an output based on the Planning and Development Act, a simple output? Is it a spatial representation of, twisting and turning and developing different buildings in different locations, looking at urban and rural development, sir? My answer is that it may be all of the above,
But what it also is, it is a representation of culture, sir. It is an embodiment of culture, sir, and it also is a document that can promote and preserve culture. My perspective will not focus fully on all the parishes of Barbados. I wish to give a very brief southern perspective. And this plan is over 500 pages long. And my particular approach, given the limited time that we have, was to find an area in the document that could resonate with my personal experience. And I went to the page 332 just to look at the visual of the oisins section, the section that depicts oisins, sir. And Senator Malalu came to mind when I first looked at it, sir, when I saw the proposed boardwalk from Welch's all the way up to Miami Beach, and that window to the sea that he had mentioned. And this proposal clearly recognizes that there must be a window to the sea, not only for tourists, sir, but also for residents that live in the oisins area, and the preservation of culture. Because most of the persons who operate in the oisins area are from, in terms of business, they're from the general area. They're accustomed to going out there and seeing the sea as well. And one area that comes to mind is where there was the old geriatric hospital, where the bus terminal currently is. And the proposal, not to get into too much detail, this plan actually proposes to shift the terminal from the current site that it is across the other side where there was the gas station. And for me, although it doesn't specify what would be there, I think it does, because it said create a new waterfront park. It really preserves that space and preserves a window to the sea, sir, that the locals and the tourists can actually observe and be impressed by what is going on there. Sir, I must say that the Physical Development Plan is quite a different iteration from the same 1986 one. This one in particular emphasizes not only the green economy that was based on the 2017 plan, but also based on the green economy scope and study many years before that, but it recognizes the blue economy. And as a product of the blue economy, I must say that it also recognizes the importance of ensuring that we preserve this particular area. Back to oisins, sir, you can look at this particular area representing even a ferrying system from the oisins jetty straight down to the south coast and the west coast, something that was mentioned back in previous development plans, but something that's better represented and captured here, sir. It also mentions, sir, similar to a discussion that was had earlier, it implicates things that are not mentioned, it implicates employment. So where this plan may not necessarily give us the numbers that back in 1986 on manufacturing telling us X amount of persons employed in this sector, expected economic growth, sir, there are certain iterations that we can definitely make some assumptions about. So tourism, it makes mention certainly of the fact that persons will be able to exploit the tourism sector in this particular area I'm looking at, which is oisins. Persons will be able to expand the businesses. It looks at expanding other business locations in the area as well, sir. But sir, overall, I believe that a physical development plan such as this one represents a long-standing commitment of the government to have that engagement and develop a participatory document that represents the interests of the persons within the area as well, or the areas. And oisins can never be a Warrens, and certainly a Warrens can never be a oisins. Suffice it to say, we had persons from Trinidad and Tobago earlier this year coming down to witness oisins. I believe Senator Monroe Knight may be very well aware of this. And they wanted, basically, sir, to copy everything that they saw in terms of the oisins experience and take it to Trinidad. I know this is being discussed in places like New York as well, trying to export oisins to New York. And sir, what I'm emphasizing here is that while we're looking at a physical development plan, while we are looking at buildings being proposed and pathways being created to create windows to the sea, we're also looking at preserving the very culture of the persons that exist in these areas, whether it be oisins, whether it be Spikestown, Old Town. The cultural aspect is something that may not necessarily be focused on within the document heavily, but is something that there are heavy implications for. I too also have some recommendations in terms of the physical development plan. I do agree with the recommendation of having a more reactive process in terms of any amendments that take place rather than waiting the full allotment or the legislative allotment of 10 years In some instances, I know that the legislation provides for reviews and revisions of the plan, but I think a more real-time or more interactive session is what is being called for, and I could fully support that, sir. There are some aspects of the physical development plan, particularly the zoning, this southern belt as well, which naturally comes to mind when I saw proposals for roads and stuff. So every morning I travel from the Oistins, when I travel from Oistins all the way down to Top Rock, there's basically, well, past Super Center, there's basically only one turn after Massey, sir, not Super Center, after Massey Supermarket for you to get from the Oistins, Maxwell, Bottom Road, to Maxwell Hill. That is next to Massey. So you have to basically stick in traffic until all the way down Top Rock for you to even make a turn and go up, sir. And these are things that, you know, make me feel happy about what has been proposed, but things that tell me that the level of discussion and discourse will continue and should continue to ensure that some of the concerns that pedestrians have and commuters have as well can be expressed in these physical development plans as well. One thing I also take away from this and reinforcing culture is that the physical development plan not only looks at developing new buildings and new spaces to the betterment of the community, but it utilizes existing spaces. Take, for example, sir, one of the best institutions across the world, the Christchurch Foundation School, sir. They're actually mentioning utilizing all two of the fields there for the surrounding communities as opposed to having them go to town and go to different areas. I would suggest that in order for us to maintain the numbers that we want for the community to utilize it, that we also provide the relevant infrastructure for them to utilize, whether it be for football, because I know in some instances a couple of years ago, many years ago, there were complaints from the guys in Galway Hill that they can't use the foundation bars because of the way the bars and stuff. Many years ago, not under this administration, the previous one, sir, but suffice it to say, we need to ensure that while we create open spaces and we want to have communities collaborate and a cross-fertilization of communities, hopefully promoting peace as well, that we also provide the infrastructure and the critical resources to see that into fruition, sir. As I said, sir, I will not belabor this. I believe that the document represents a clear indication of the government and its commitment, sir, to ensure that we can not only create new spaces, that we can not only utilize existing physical spaces, but most important to me, that we can help preserve the culture of these areas and not necessarily take the inputs of those residents that live in the particular areas out of context. We cannot ever exclude them. I believe many senators have made mention of it, but really and truthfully, this is a participatory process that must continue. Just to stick a pin on one final point, sir, whereas I established earlier, I agree with the approach to have a more responsive process for inputs if there are any changes. I also must agree that the government should always have a level of flexibility to be nimble for changes that need to take place, particularly in emergency situations as well. And whereas having everything open and transparent to consultancy is always something that I promote, we must allow for that level of flexibility in special circumstances as well. But, sir, I thank you for this opportunity to speak. I will not be any longer. I want to give my full support to this fiscal development plan, and I am most obliged.
Thank you, Senator Hayward. Senator Mr. Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, when I initially came into the chamber, I had said quietly that I would only speak for 3 minutes. And it was because I felt that this full ream of paper, 500 pages, represents the document that we are supposed to debate in this chamber before the end of the year. And I think it's unreasonable. This document was given notice of on the 21st of November in the other place. It was debated for 2 days in the other place. 2 full days. And that's a place that's become a place where the only eyes and there's no debate. But it was debated for 2 whole days. But in this chamber, we are supposed to debate it before 9 o'clock tonight. This document is an intergenerational document, but we have to debate it. So I have to speak. So I can't speak for only 3 minutes. Mr. President,
Just to be technically correct, though, there's nothing in the rules that sets a limit other than that each member can speak for half an hour. If it so happens that members will not exercise their full time, the debate may conclude in a shorter period. But there's nothing in the rules that says that this has to be debated today and by 9 o'clock. This technically, so Senator Miller.
I thank you for your technical advice, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, I listened to part of the debate, and I was particularly happy with the contribution given by a representative from Christchurch South, because he pointed out that a physical development plan is really about the people. You can build all the houses and buildings and block all the windows to the sea that you want, but it's about the people. And if you do not include the people, you've wasted time. And Senator Yearwood reflected some of that just now. Now, Senator Cummins said that we produce 1,000 tons of garbage daily. That doesn't include the carbon dioxide, by the way. And we know that the carbon dioxide... Yes, but that's why I said it doesn't include carbon dioxide. And when we speak about greening Barbados, the greening does refer to the carbon dioxide to a large extent. So we have to start talking about the carbon dioxide, what its sources are, and what we're really doing about it. Mr. President, there are places where tree planting has become the buzz. And there was a scientist who suggested some time ago, and I don't remember how many billion trees it was supposed to be, that we should plant all of these trees. He subsequently said that he doesn't think he was right. And it is because that planting trees will not solve the problem. This little rock, Mr. President, has problems. And going forward in our development, we have to grow and become resilient and do all the things that we've promised to do. But we also have to spend time fixing the problems that we've created. And last time I was in this chamber, sir, I mentioned almost with an aside about one of the problems that we created in the Bell. And that problem, sir, has occurred in an area where we get our water from. And it's a man-made problem. And it will affect our water quality. And the sad thing is, sir, that we saw it happening, and we didn't do anything about it. In fact, no, we encouraged it. We encouraged it. So on one hand, we talked the talk, but we came and encouraged something that was going to be destructive. And now we have to fix it. So when we have a physical development plan, sir, that lays out what we're supposed to do, we have to be vigilant, and we have to do the things that we said we're going to do, and we have to enforce the things that we said we're going to enforce. And if it says you can't build a 10-story building, and you build one, and you should only build 8, we should knock off the 8 2 stories. We can't stay quiet about it and let it stay that way. Because next thing, someone will come build a 14-story building next to it, and it'll be all right. And all the windows to the sea will disappear, as they have on the South Coast. And then we will say, oh, you want Oystins, if you want to see the sea, go to Oystins. Development, sir, is important. But we have to remember that the people who live in the country should be able to see the sea. I'm pleased, sir, that I work at the QEH, and I can see a tremendous vista from the 3rd floor where I work often. Now, Mr. President, our groundwater supplies have been under threat for a long time. And it has not stopped, and it will not stop in a hurry. And yesterday, And the last few days when the rain fell, sir, I am sure, as Senator Cummings said, there were other problems. And while we have problems with the water that we're going to pump, we lose a large percentage of the water that is being pumped at great cost as non-revenue water. And I would like to see, sir, that in the conservation side, that we should have some unit, sir, established by government in the BWA that is like the water emergency department, sir, that specifically gets out there and stops the small leaks and the large leaks. Because all the physical development can only happen when there's water available. And if the quality of the water falls, it will be a disaster. And if there's not enough of it, it's a bigger disaster. So all the development that we want to have can only happen, sir, if there is water. Now, the aquifer which was mentioned today, I believe, sir, is under threat. And it happens because of illegal dumping and illegal dumping. The illegal dumping occurs, sir, in the places designated as our sites to dump garbage. But no one has published anywhere that I have seen any study that has shown that there's not leaching from these sites. Nobody has been willing to say, what happens when you go up to the landfill up on the brow by the ABC? What happens? I can tell you what happens in the new cell. The new cell has a well-prepared, scientifically designed lining, but I'm not sure all of it does. So is there leaching from it? And what happens at the old sites? What's happened at the old sites? And can we reverse them? What's happened in St. George, where a fire seems to burn constantly and affects the people who live nearby? St. George, Lower State. Those are the issues, sir, about physical development. So you can have all the development you want and buildings and propose to build buildings, but if you do not take the steps for the remedial work, all that you depend on will be contaminated. No one yet can say if the water table in the Bell has been contaminated because of it. I'm not saying that it is, sir, please. I'm not saying that it is. But we need to know. Now, Mr. President, we spoke some time ago and said that Barbados, I think, is supposed to be carbon neutral by 2030. I think that's the correct term. And carbon neutrality, to my mind, means that the carbon dioxide you produce is equally matched by what you sequestrate, or you alter how you produce your energy with wind and green energy, so that it's matched. And then there's the talk about 100% electrification. Because there's a push to move our transportation from being fossil fueled to being green. Now, you can also be green with hydrogen, but if talk about 100% electrification is real, then it means that hydrogen, well, depends on how you get hydrogen. Hydrogen can't be a major factor of it. And it's something to bear in mind, sir, because we have not yet come up with a comprehensive plan for disposal. And I keep doing this every time on purpose, sir, that we have cars that are supposed to go off the roads and trucks and buses, and yet we don't have any plans for what will happen when the new ones reach end of life. And Senator Cummings said that we import I think she said everything about these things. We import all the stuff. We import the photovoltaic panels, we import the batteries, we import the cabling. Everything is an import. And at the end of life, it has to be disposed of. So we have to have a plan, sir, to just safely dispose of them. I suppose in a grand world, we could re-export them. But I'm afraid that's not going to happen. So we have to dispose of it locally. So we have to come up with a plan where we can safely dispose of the things that we import that might do us harm. I want to comment on something that I think Senator Malu said about an advocate of green spaces and windows to the sea. And I just want to say, remember the house that Jack built. Remember the house that Jack built, sir. I'm glad you remember it. Remember the house that Jack built. That's all I'm going to say. Now, regarding vacant lots, sir, there's a little concept called, excuse me, intergenerational wealth. And intergenerational wealth does not mean large sums of money. It might mean that little lot that your grandfather purchased, that he never built the house on, that he gave to his grandson, who built his house on it. So, my uncle, my late uncle, and the time when he was alive, he inherited the majority of the property of his father because the law at the time was set up that way. But he and his wife decided to give to their nephews and nieces part of the property and subdivide the property. And that's an example, sir, of intergenerational wealth. All the lots are not built on, but one lot grows food, one lot has sheep on it. So a vacant lot doesn't necessarily mean it's an unused lot. And there are houses in this country, lots of houses, that are only occupied for a few months in a year, when the elderly can't take the cold, the temperate climates, and they come home. And there's economic value in that, sir. I agree, however, that when you go around developments, particularly the older ones, not the ones where the houses are built by developers all at the same time, particularly developments where an individual buys a lot and builds their own house. There are lots of lots that are not occupied. And then you see more and more agricultural land being taken up to be subdivided for developments. And there has to be a balance. Now, what's the happy balance, Mr. President? I really don't know. You can't take people's lots back up. You can, however, Mr. President, if a government was bold enough and felt strongly enough, impose penalties on not developing your lot. If a government was bold enough to do it. There are jurisdictions where if you buy condominiums in some cities and you don't occupy them, your taxes are higher. And there are some penalties, certainly on agricultural land, if it's not occupied. If it's not farmed, you pay a higher rate than if it's farmed. But, Mr. President, the development plan includes the idea that there will be land available for development for housing. And I wanted to say something about that, Mr. President, because we seem to believe that with all our pledges for taking up advanced technology and use it to help the country, that what we do in housing is necessarily the best way to do it. And the prices that we pay for the said housing are the best prices you can get. And the way that we do them is a sustainable way and the best way to do it. And I put it to this chamber so that they're wrong. That I don't believe the models that we use particularly for the mass-produced housing, is the best model. And I don't believe, sir, that the notion that time saved in construction should equate to some equality in price when you get the house. I think it's nonsense. And I look forward to the day, sir, when someone will come to this country as an investor and bring technology that will build modular housing at truly affordable prices, Mr. President. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Maynard. Senator Boyce. Andrew Boyce. Before you speak, Senator Boyce, I'd like to invite the Deputy President to take the chair for a moment or two. I think you relax. Again.
Senator Boyce.
Madam Deputy President, thank you for recognizing me. The physical development plan that we're considering this evening is not just a 500-page document. I believe that it is a complete manifestation of the virtues and values of this country. Barbados, a small island developing state, 57 years post-independence, has limited resources. It has a small land space, but it has big ambitions. And one of those ambitions, Madam Deputy President, is that of building out an inclusive society for persons with disabilities and the elderly. And throughout this physical development plan, we see a commitment by the administration to do precisely that. Sometimes, as a person with a disability engaged in the work of advocacy, you engage with Barbadians with disabilities and those who care for them, and they tell you that the policy work, they kind of shrug off the importance of the policy work because their lived reality is not, or has not, they don't think, been impacted by the work of policy. And while I think that that is an unfortunate view, and a view that I don't necessarily agree with, I think this policy, this physical development policy, is a counter to that perception. In this policy, Madam Deputy President, we see talk of accessibility for persons with disabilities. What does that mean? It means, and we see enshrined into the plan, this notion of accessible social and cultural spaces. We see a plan for accessible education spaces and spaces designed for ease of access, Madam Deputy President, for persons with disabilities. I do not have to tell you that when many of the community centers and schools were constructed across the country, we were, to put it simply, we did not have the perception that we are now developing that persons with disabilities had the right to be active and engaged citizens, and certainly had a right to social and cultural participation in the education sphere, and participation in the education sphere. At that time, and for a long time since, Madam Deputy President, there has been a perception that as a person with a disability, you only get to do certain things in the country. You get to go to church if you are inclined so to do. You get to go to school if you're lucky enough to. You get to go to work if you're lucky enough to. But the enjoyment of your country, the participation in national life, your ability to recreate and to access national spaces was not prioritized. I am delighted that this national development plan helps to change that perception. It changes that perception, ma'am, by considering, contemplating, and committing to a bridge town that is accessible. Senator Hines spoke about the infrastructural issues and the challenges, if you will, of trying to make it through many of our town centers, particularly Bridgetown, with a wheelchair, for instance. I don't normally use a chair, but for many years I did. After returning home from receiving medical treatment, and at that time, I had to consider very carefully the places where I could go and the activities that I could participate in, because this Barbados, the land of my birth, was not as accessible as I would hope. That changes with a plan and a commitment. I began, Madam Deputy President, by talking about the virtues and values of this country. And very often we say that we as a country are defined by that which we do. Ma'am, I am also of the view that we are defined as a country by that which we commit to. And it is by that token that I give this physical development plan and its themes and commitments of accessibility my full support. Madam Deputy President, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much. Senator Lindell Nurse.
Please proceed, Senator Nurse.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say the preparation and approval and bringing into operation of development plans is a major aspect of the planning system in Barbados. And it is a specific requirement under the 2019 Planning Act, Clause 12, 1. And of course, the purpose of the development plan, as I believe Senator Cummings in her opening remarks pointed out, is to set up the vision for land use and for development over a time period. We know over this specific time period being approximately 10 years. And Senator Cummings also made the point that development plans really and truly, and that is quite correct, is a continuum. So we don't ignore the plans of the future. What we do is we take the plans that would have been prepared in the past and we improve on them. This improvement, of course, is necessary because of changing situations, changing economic situations, changing environmental situations, changes in economic activities, social activities, etc. So it has to be, so the process is really an updating from time to time to take into account all of the issues which would be confronting the country at the time. What is interesting to note is that this plan, which we are now debating and which will, presumably, if it is approved, will come into effect, this looks, therefore, to incorporate the new issues which confront the country. Obviously, of course, this plan was prepared back in 2017, so obviously it's a little bit dated, but a lot of the issues still are relevant today. And so it incorporates the new global emerging issues of things like global warming, climate change, renewable energy, to which Senator Cummings mentioned, and of course the promotion of the green and the blue economy. But this plan also highlights a number of critical development issues which are currently facing the country. And of course, these would need to be addressed as we move forward and we try to make sure that the aspects of this plan are implemented. I would particularly mention the question of land availability for continuing agricultural use. And I'm sure that if Dr. Rafiq was here, he would, of course, speak to this issue in much more detail. It is interesting to note that the plan indicates that the country only has now approximately 28,000 acres of land under the classification for agriculture. And if you compare this to the previous 2003, where the plan actually identified there were 45,000 acres available for agriculture purposes. So that in a matter of approximately 14, 15 years, you see the land available for agricultural use having declined from 45,000 acres to 28,000. So approximately a 40% decrease. So this is a very worrying trend, Mr. President. And I would suggest that it requires an explanation and obviously a very strong response of how we are going to deal with that situation. Of course, the question is whether 28,000 acres is now an adequate amount of land for sustainable agricultural development. I don't have the answer for that. I am not an agricultural expert, but I think obviously the logical thing would be to ensure that government does everything, or rather that government does nothing to further alienate this remaining acreage. I would further suggest, Mr. President, that an agricultural development plan be developed. In 2003, I believe, I think the 2003 plan, physical development plan, actually did have access to an agricultural plan. This is not the case just now under this new plan, for which we are discussing, but it should be constituted and done as a matter of urgency, where, the agricultural sector issues and options for future land use planning and policy implications would be identified. Also, related to that, then, I think it would be useful to have an agricultural census to really verify whether or not this 28,000, which was the 28,000 acres remaining, is really the true number, or if it's, a bigger or lower number or whatever. But I think that would be also a useful, that would be a useful thing for government to undertake. Another critical issue, of course, Mr. President, would be the requirement of land for housing, and this has been spoken to by various speakers so far. And I'm talking about housing, and I raise this point because as there continues to be this pressure for land for housing, what has happened over the past is that land has been taken out of agriculture to satisfy this need. And so as more and more agricultural land has been released, this I suppose accounts for a very good reason why we see this reduction in the acreage remaining. I believe it was Senator Malalu who would have mentioned the issue of the number of vacant house lots which have been given approval and which are just lying there idle. I also note, of course, that there are various tracts of land for which planning permission would have been given, for which are not currently developed. And I'm making also over the island, there are a number of either vacant lots with available services already. There would also be houses which are unoccupied. You just have to drive around the country, and you see some of the traditionally, some of the areas where there was lots of housing, for example, in Bank Hall, Bushall, and all over Black Rock, there are a lot of derelict houses in some cases, but some may be good, in good, fairly good condition. And so I'm making these points because I think we have to somehow find a way of making sure that these lots and these which are around the country are actually being used rather than putting further pressure on the agricultural land. And the 23,000, which was spoken of earlier, it was actually contained in the Barbados National Report to the Habitat Tree Conference, which indicated that 1 in every 6 houses on the island was unoccupied. So, I think all of this to make the point then that there is clearly a number of policy issues which we will have to resolve in relation to land resource management, and that methods must be found to cause the use of existing land already approved for housing development, currently lying idle. So we have to see how we can utilize these before we take up additional agricultural space. One of the ways I think that we now have to look at in terms of solving this housing issue is I think we have to begin to seriously recognize that we can no longer allow lots for single houses as we have been allowed in the past, and we have to begin to consider that housing densities will probably have to increase. So instead of permissions for a single house we have to begin to more seriously look to doing things like duplexes, condos, and so on. And in terms of government housing, look at the whole question of high-rise residences, maybe to probably about 3 or 4 levels. We started, some trials were made. I think the London-born, for example, towers is a very good example of how you can do that and increase the housing densities. And I think that that is still continued, even after several years after that project was done, to be a good project in the city. And I think attempts were also made, there was also a project in Passage Garden, not Passage Gardens, or White Park, I think it was. In that area where a similar thing was done. And there's also another one in, I think, Valerie, where but the point is that I'm making is that to address these issues, we will need to have to go in that direction and increase the housing densities going forward. Of course, we can say against that the population is declining. And I'm not sure if this was meant, if Senator Cummins may have commented on it, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was mentioned by the Prime Minister of the 2020 census, which showed that a population of now currently about 260,000. And of course, the population is also now aging, as we also know, with average family sizes now just a mere 3.7 persons per household. So to bring this all together, I made those points to raise the question as to, therefore, why continue a model which takes up more and more land for housing, use what we have currently. Mr. President, I do compliment government on bringing the plan to Parliament. In my opinion, unprofessional, of course, I think it is a good plan. And I think, as I said before, it really builds on previous plans. I really wish to hope that as we move forward, we are able to implement all of the things in the physical development plan which have been set up. But we know that, of course, one of the shortfalls is that in these development plans is that in a lot of cases, development control tends to be lacking. And so we have not always been sticking very closely to the physical development plan. For example, I think that a very important issue, and I believe I raised it in some other debate, I don't remember which one, is the whole question of the national park. Both proposed in both the previous two development plans, but of today, and this is again repeated in this plan, which is now currently before the Honorable Senate. And just to be clear, we know that the proposed national park, of which the plans speak, relates to the Scotland district and the undeveloped coastal lands, really stretching from Archers Bay in St. Lucie right down to Consett Bay in St. John, which is, as we know, an area of approximately 1/7 or 17% of the country's land area. So I would now suggest that the government move with haste to formally adopt and promote this national plan, this national park, before, we have threats to the whole area and to this unique character of this park. I have heard comments recently regarding this whole debate of the physical plan, and I think it may have even been in the other place, which has suggested that you can, allow people to do some development in this particular area. That is a particularly, as we know, a particularly fragile area. We know that the physical development plans that the set has designated that it should be kept for this purpose, and so we cannot therefore afford development to happen willy-nilly or unadvised in this particular area. Of course, I mentioned earlier, another failure has been the inability to adequately protect the agricultural land from the development pressures. So I think that those are very critical issues and areas which are highlighted in the development plan. And I think that government will have to make sure that lots of attention is seriously paid to those areas, and that the plan is followed closely. I suppose there is, I think there is, it is fair to say that there is some hope that this plan will have to be followed because under, I think it's section 18 of the Planning Act, it now requires that it says where a physical development plan or an amendment to a physical development plan has been approved by Parliament, every public officer shall have due regard to, and as far as practicable, be guided by the plan in formulating and preparing any public sector investment project. B, the board shall give principal consideration to and be guided by the plan in considering any application for a planning permission. It says shall. So this has increased the importance and the significance of this physical development plan. And it goes on to say further that any person exercising a power to grant any fiscal incentive or other form of public sector assistance for the carrying out of any private sector investment project shall ensure that the proposed project is consistent with the plan, that is the physical development plan, and has been granted planning permission under this act, if required. So hopefully there will be more closer attention paid and to the physical development plan, and it is followed, and therefore the policy, the overall policy, should therefore become more effective to be implemented. This is not something necessarily in the physical development plan now, Mr. President, but I think allied and related to some extent, I just wanted to take the opportunity to raise the issue of building codes. And that section is, there is actually a section in the 2019 Planning Act, actually section 44 or 45, which speaks to the whole question of building codes. This section, while the rest of the Act has been proclaimed and is in operation, this section has not been proclaimed. But I think the time has come now, Mr. President, that as we move forward with our new physical development plan and so on, that the opportunity be taken to proclaim this section and to see the implementation of the building codes. We already have building codes that have been developed, Mr. President, through the BS, the Barbados National Standards Institute. And I know that successive presidents, and the present president of the Engineers Association, has been speaking very loudly and very persistently for the implementation of building codes. And with all of the environmental issues, the climate issues that have happened within recent times, you know, we have now more, the hurricanes and so on that tend to come this way seem now to be way, way more dangerous and more than in previous times. And I think it is important to make sure that we have these codes implemented and working as we move forward. And I think also there is, I understand, there is also a department which currently exists. I believe it may be under the Ministry of Housing or the Ministry of Transport and Works. I don't quite remember at this time which it is, but which is really made up of engineers and the technical people who would actually see to looking at this, regulating this area of building codes. And so I would urge government to look at that and let's start to get working on it. So I think, as I said, I think overall, a good plan, some issues that we need to work on, but I hope that as we go forward, with this plan now in place, that this will help to reinforce and to government's policy and to see the level of development which we project coming to fruition. And with those few words, Mr. President, I would like to.
Thank you very much, Senator Ness. Senator King.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I shan't be long, but I do want to, first of all, say or give my congratulations to the team that would have worked on this physical development plan. I'm sure that it took many, many hours of labor and intense work to get us to where we are today, and I congratulate the ministry and the minister and all those involved in it. But I want to take you on a journey now, Mr. President, that starts around 1627. The first people who came had access and took access of this land knew exactly what they were doing. They milked this land for everything they could have gotten out of it over the years. Some of them didn't pay a cent for any of it. And they did well. And we are at a stage now where, looking back at that particular history as to where we are today, understanding the importance of the land itself, from creating the crops such as cotton and tobacco and all these other things, to getting into the sugar revolution, into where we are today. I watch and I listen very carefully to a lot of things that have been written in some spaces or things that have been said in some spaces. And I'm going to come to what I really want to hit at, because there was a time in this country when, in order for you to vote, you had to have access to land. I want you to understand the importance of what it is we are dealing with. You had to have access to land. Some of our ancestors would have been able, later on, to purchase land. I want you to listen to me clearly, to purchase land. And in some instances, it is all that they had that they could have passed on from one generation to the next. All of this is to try to keep you to understand how serious the use of land is. As I looked through, I saw 4 major pillars upon which this is built: land use, transportation, housing, and climate change. And within that, there's a section which speaks about cultural heritage. Remember I said our ancestors got, after slavery, the privilege to purchase lands that all of us sitting in this chamber and in the other one and in anything across this island, we'd be thankful for them for getting us to this point. Mr. President, I support all of the initiatives that could come out from the renewable energy in particular. And I say this because when I looked at the energy mix, I thought to myself, you know, the more things change, the more they remain the same. In the 1700s, we had approximately 506 windmills on this 166 square miles, producing sugar and dealing with water. And as the technology changed, and we started to use fossil fuels and all of these things, we find ourselves in 2023 and beyond, going back to where we were all those years ago. Very interesting. But one of the things, though, that I'm concerned about as we go through all of these is that I saw in the newspaper a couple of days ago, an article speaking about lands that were probably put up for auctions and the amount of capital that this auction kind of like raised. And I thought to myself, and as a good friend of mine would say, I said, self, could it be that some of these lands that people are eager to buy, you can't buy land if you don't have money, could some of this land be lands that our ancestors had for many years and then compare the land tax? And if it is so, then how do we justify saying that these land usages and stuff like that are in benefit of some people and others? Because I often hear a lot about, you know, people can buy and people can do that, but I want us to